Alright, we might as well start. Welcome everyone. Oh, I haven't turned on one of my lights. It is super hot here. So yeah, it's currently 31 degrees Celsius in this room. For those who are used to the Fahrenheit, it's 88 Fahrenheit. So yeah. I've got my door partially closed, so hopefully the heat just stays in this room. It's just Melbourne weather at the moment, so let's just have a look. So, 33 outside, 92 for those that want to know, and hopefully as we stream, 8 p.m. it'll still be the 30s, or I will be waking up at that time tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock, so around about in the 70s. Alright, not a problem. So let's get started. We are just about to hit our first ad break. Excuse me, just doing this at the moment. So we're going to bring up this this so far. So we've got a last stream, we essentially added in the ability to add sprints and delete sprints. So we've done that now. Now we've got to add in the ability so people can add objects to sprints, and we're going to do that in two different ways. Once we do that, we're going to add the ability to remove objects from sprints. Once again, two different ways to do that. And then users able to start a sprint, users able to finish the sprint. That will happen in only one way. And then permissions. So we're doing permissions last because we need to think about, all right, cool, are there any special cases for these permissions and so forth like that. So let's go down here. I think we've got a bit of space down here. Let's add in a title. Users. Adding. And we just hit our ad break. So one thing we're doing with our ad breaks is we're doing a little bit different. We're just doing this. We're going to hang out for a little bit or something like that. Or we're going to do something random. So I was thinking during ad breaks, probably using my weights to finally get my upper body strength up again. Or because I'm going to Japan this year, try and learn some more Japanese characters and different words and stuff like that. So I can partially get around, even though I'm going with my friend who can speak Japanese. So yeah. How long? We've got another 40 seconds. So yeah, this is just me talking. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of wish the ads would push back till about the 10-minute mark, because usually this time I'm kind of explaining everything. And I kind of don't want people who are watching the ads missing out, especially those who've jumped on just now. So yeah, I've got to figure out how to do that properly. Anyway, we've got about 13 seconds left. I don't have a cat with me today, so sadly I can't show Socks or any other cat. So Socks will be back on Wednesday. So yeah, anyway, we are back. Let's get back into it. Users adding an object. Object to sprint. To a sprint. All right. So one of two ways we can achieve this. One, user is already at object. And they add directly to sprint. So they add the object directly to the sprint. All right, 2. Users are on the sprint. They search. And manually add. To said sprint. Okay. So those are the two different ways that a user would be adding an object to a sprint. We're going to tackle the first one first, and then the second one. The second one's going to be a bit harder to do. So if we just draw a line down here, what we want is first method. So I'm just going to... All right, cool. So the first method, what we want to do is we're going to have a little bit of a dialog pop up, little modal, and it's like add object to sprint. And it's going to have a simple select box type of thing, where when the user clicks it, it'll have all the sprints and stuff like that. And then it'll have the sprint name, start date, etc. down here. And then there'll be a confirm button, or add, or cancel. Alright, like so. Yeah. Just draw that properly. So it's going to be something very simple like that. And the idea being is it could be plausible for one particular object to be added to multiple different sprints. We've already enabled that already. So we're just going to follow, yeah, we're just going to do that. This shouldn't be too large, this modal. I think we can get away with a smaller modal. So yeah, anyway, I'm just checking to make sure my voice is a bit louder than the music. There we go. Cool. So if we go here, we just go modal. We're looking for sizes, optional sizes. So we've got a large modal. I don't think this will do. I think a small modal won't do. I think the normal modals will work perfectly fine. So this size here. So if we click it open, I think that size will do perfectly fine. And what we're going to do, we're just going to copy that. We're going to actually jump into let's open up a project. Actually, let's go to a task. All right, so we've got our sprints here. We've got add object to sprint, which we haven't yet. Now, because this is a task, we've just got assigned sprints. Yeah, that should be fine. I might clean this up a little later. So yeah, oh sorry, yawn incoming. So the idea is someone clicks on add object to sprint. Now, component-wise, I haven't named these components at all. So the first method, the component, what should we name it? I think that will be suffice, but with the second one, users are on the sprint, they search and I think that will be a wizard. So let's have a look at the wizard names. So we're going under modules, we're going after wizards. I don't see an add object wizard. So we can go add object wizard dot view. And down here, we're going to do, because this is from a different perspective, we could have add sprint wizard dot view. And the idea being is if we're in the object, we want to add the sprint to the object. If we're on the sprint itself, we're adding the object to the sprint. I think those are probably the better name categories. Yeah, let's get started now. This one, add sprint wizard, is going under the wizards because essentially that's part of the parents module. What we want to do, template. We're just going to paste in what we found, what we copied and pasted. We're going to go dit and boot and like so. And there's a reason why we're doing it like this. All right, div. All right, div class modal. That one will need to. Modal button, and then the modal. All right, cool. And we'll clean this up and so forth like that as we go along. And hey, Chedev, how are you? I'm hoping you're going well. Export default. We've got the name as add sprint wizard, and then we want our components because we'll definitely be using components, and we'll definitely be using some data in there too, but I don't know what yet, and definitely methods. I don't know about mounted. Time change got me up later, so I catch you live. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, and I've started early today, just because it's a public holiday here, and I'm like, you know what, I'm going to start at 4, see how it goes, see if I can make it to 10. Yeah, test out a 6-hour stream, see if I could potentially do an 8-hour, 10-hour, 12-hour, and so forth like that. And hello, Lord Void Cole. Welcome, welcome. Perfect timing, yeah. So, yeah. For those that don't know what I'm doing, so I'm building a project management system called NearBeach. The idea being is you can collect organization customer details, you can start your own Kanban board, you can create projects and tasks, you can gather user requirements under new requirements, and when all that's done and you're ready to ship and stuff like that, you've got requests for changes. So yeah, today we're working on sprints. So the idea being NearBeach didn't have any sprints implemented into it. We are implementing those now in the very near future. So we'll release what's called a proof of concept for the sprints. Then we'll bug test everything, make sure everything's working perfectly fine. And then we want to add in Gantt charts. The idea being is those will heavily work with the sprints. I'm new here. What are you doing? Oh, yeah. Cool. Did you adopt a UI or component framework, or did you go custom CSS? So I've been using mostly Bootstrap and Naive UI. So we'll actually be doing some Naive UI in a minute. In fact, we'll need a drop down. Not a drop down. A select. Sorry. We'll be implementing a select. These are great because you can actually click in here and go, not with that example. Here we go. You can filter stuff and so forth like that, which is what we'll also be implementing. Cheers, Lord Voicall. So yeah, if you guys are interested, it is on GitHub. Though no longer at that address, but that address takes you to the new address anyway, so I need to update that one day. So yeah. Anyway, the idea being is we need to add this to a sprint. So the user will click on this and a modal will pop up. And I've just, of course, closed a random tab. Oh, it's just Twitter. So we want something like this. So it'll be a simple sort of modal. The user clicks on this. They search for the current open sprint. When they click on it, the sprint name and start date and all that kind of information will appear here, and they'll be able to add that particular object to the sprint. Learning foundation on HTML and CSS. Never used those kind of tools before. Oh, fair enough. Don't know why I'm capitalizing there. We also recommend Free Code Camp here. If you wanted to also have another tool or arsenal of learning. So yeah, I've just realized my camera's slightly off. There we go. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, we do recommend it here. So yeah. There's also a lot of other different courses and stuff like that. So yeah. Anyway, so what we want is we're just setting up the modal for the moment. So I'm just cleaning up that. I keep deleting the wrong things. There we go. So what we want is, instead of ID, we want add sprint wizard modal in here. Add sprint wizard. Okay, so we got the modal dialog, we've got download, we've got the header. I'm gonna have a check at a different modal that we're using. So just give me 2 seconds. I'm having a think. Let's go to a project. Let's go to sprints. Double checking. Finished responsive web design and now onto JS. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, JS is really everyone's using JS, and thank you very much for the follow. Greatly appreciated. Yeah. I'm one of the people who do enjoy JS. So, yeah. It does have some funky stuff in it. So, for example, I'm trying to think of the banana one. What is it? It's like B plus A plus I forgot it off the top of my head. JavaScript banana. Ah, here it is. So if we just copy that, let's go into our console log over here. If we type that in, it comes out as banana. That's because there's an NaN in there, and that's how it works. So, yeah. Has some funky stuff in it, but all languages have funky stuff in it, so yeah. Okay, going with this, I was actually looking at this. We've actually got this as, yeah, okay, 5, yep. All right, cool, sweet. So we're actually going to change that to H5 class, Now we've got modal title and all that kind of stuff. I think, yeah, it's just modal title. And then this will be the add sprint wizard, and it'll be called add object to sprint. I saw a cow on Linux before. Oh yeah, I need to do this in sudo. Oh, what was it? Maybe to get moo. There we go. There's other ones too. So, yeah. I don't have Aptitude installed on here. So, yeah. Cal say hello Linux. Oh, fair enough. So, yeah. Yeah, there's other ones too. There's Free the Fish, which is like your Alt F2, and then you type in Free the Fish in there, and it just lets go of a fish across the whole page. I won't do that because it will happen for the whole entire stream, and it will annoy the hell out of me. So we won't do that. Yeah. All right. So we've got that. Add to sprint. We've got the button. That is fine. And then we've got this here. We've got this here. Sorry, I'm just tidying this up. All right, cool. So that will close it. The modal, and there's our header. Yep, we're perfectly fine with that. And then the modal body. What we want is div. Now I did draw this up. We just want label that, and then that and that. Okay, we can do that. It's not hard to do. So div class equals form group. Now 2% sure that's correct, because I mucked this up the other day. Yeah, it's form group. Yeah. Cool. And then, so we've got a row. Okay, cool. Oops. So div class equals row. Div class equals colon. Indeed 12. That's just a full row. That's not going to change anyway. Div class equals form group. And then we're going to add code in here. Then we've got another one. Div class equals form group. We've got information shown in here. Show information. So up here we want label. Label. We want sprint. Now that I'm writing this out, I'm realizing that we might want to set it like this, where we've got please select the sprint from the appropriate list. Yeah, we probably want to set it up like this. Okay, not a problem. That's trivial to do. In this sort of sense, what we want is we want a modal LG and modal full screen LG down. So here we want modal LG, modal full screen LG down. Okay, so with the modal body, we then change this particular one to 8, and we just keep that information in there. Not a problem. Div class equals col md4. And what in here we've got a strong. So essentially, this will be sprint wizard p class equals text instructions. Please select the appropriate sprint to add this current object to. Alright, simple stuff. In here we'll have this, and this is where we need to actually import stuff. So we need the naive UI. So import, and then that will be nselect from naive UI. And then with the components, what we want to do is we just want to go nselect for now. And we're happy. So in the data, we'll need a we need a model for this. All right. So whenever we select something, it gets stored in a model, and we also need the values of it stored in here. We just need a proper name for this. All right, so a good name. What would be a good name? Sprint model. All right, that's just going to be an empty array at the moment. Then what we also need for these other components, if we have a look at the code here, just show code and stuff like that, they've got the value as values and the options and so forth like that. Let's not look at JavaScript, let's JavaScript. So the options will be options. So that will be sprint options. And once again, it's just going to be an empty array. But we're going to include more information in there. And the methods would be get sprint options. Like so. And that will use Axios to get the information we need. Now, I think we also need map getters whilst we're... So import map getters from VueJS. So for those that don't know what map getters are, we're storing quite a lot of data up in the state management and so forth like that. So we're using VueJS to store that information. Map getters, what we do is we essentially connect one of our variables up to something up in there. Part of one of the getters, so if it changes, it then comes down here with the change and yeah, sorts that out for us. So map getters, what we need is we need the location ID, and that's a simple get location ID. We've named these pretty easily. Destination is get destination. And then root URL is get root URL. So all of these bits of information are set somewhere else, and that gets sent up into the central location, and we just wait. Now, one other thing we need to do is mounted. So when it mounts, we want next tick to wait. So, so getting the data is not as important. We don't need it to load exactly on when the page loads. We can actually wait for a little bit. So what this actually does is it'll send the data, it'll actually wait until all of this data has been set. So the destination, location, root URL. So that's the next tick. And then it will actually initiate the get sprint options, which will use this data to get that. So at the moment, I'm just trying to think. Sorry, just give me a couple of seconds as I try and think of everything. So we've got this, we've got that, we've got this and that. All right, cool. All right, so fully sector appropriate. Yep. So we've got the sprint in here. Then we've got nSelect where the model value, doing this slightly different nowadays. So we've got the nSelect where the vbind model, actually is it vbind model? I don't think it is. It is vmodel value equals, and this is the sprint model, and the vbind options equals the sprint options. Okay, cool. So they're empty at the moment, so they won't show. And then down here, we'll need to show that information. So now I don't know what will happen here, but I have a feeling what we need is in the data selected sprint object, and that's just going to be an empty object for the moment. Sorry, my phone's just going off. All right. So, going down here, this probably won't be a form group. This will probably be a div class equals simple row. Yep, cool. We'll have a strong sprint name followed by sprint selected sprint object dot sprint name followed by just a simple sprint start date. Oh yeah, this information will need to actually change and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, let's not worry about that at the moment. I'll just put in add code. We'll clean this up as we go along. Let's getting stuff first before we assume what that structure is going to be like. And we're just hitting that ad break. So yes, welcome back to this. How's everyone going? Hopefully well. Yeah, so the idea here is I run ads to stop the free rolls from happening, so everyone who's joined doesn't get an ad. For those who either have an ad block on or sponsored and all that kind of stuff on here, yeah, you get to see me for a little bit. I'm trying to fill up this time with doing something. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little bit of weights. That way, those who watch the ads feel like they're not missing anything apart from me just doing weights. So, you know, I'm trying this out. Feel free to put in input around this and so forth like that. Yeah, I've got to do more weights. Alright, I think 20 seconds left. Okay. Other things which I'm thinking of doing is doing a quick minute learning Japanese or something like that. Something quick and easy. Yeah. That way people don't miss out. Alright, everyone should be back. So, yeah. Where was I? I was getting stuff ready. Let's build up the Axios to you know, query this. So at the moment, I need to double check my thinking around this. All right. So when requesting data, we don't want one sprints people don't have access to. All right. 2, closed sprints. So yeah, we don't want those two. The way to do this particular one is we've got a table called user groups, and that assigns what groups a user is assigned and so forth like that. And we've got another table called object assignments, and that is essentially what object has been assigned to what group. So over here we'll do, you'll have group ID, and over here you'll have group ID. And this is how we'll match them. And we want this little section in here. Now we are cutting this down to just project ID and requirements. However, that being said, now that's how we do it most of the time. This being said, so this is project permission. All right. With sprint permission, we'll still use the user group table. All right. And oh, we need to get to the project and stuff like that. The project information. Because user group has the groups. Yeah, we'll still need this. When we pull out this information, we'll have the project and requirement. There's no shortcut directly into the group itself, because the sprints aren't set up like that. So requirement, used to filter, used to filter. And thank you very much for the follow, Naxani, sorry. I do hope you are enjoying my content. Welcome, welcome. Used to filter down the sprint table. All right, so we'll be happy with that. So let's build it up the back end. Let's ignore this for the moment. We'll need the sprint views because we'll need that information. So we'll probably call it get active sprints. Sorry, def active sprints or get sprint list. We'll need a request. I don't think we need destination or location ID in this sort of case. So now we could get rid of the. That's right. I'm trying to remember how we named certain functionality and so forth like that, and keeping with that naming convention. So we actually hit reload, go over to this tag. Do we have any gets? So we got get max upload, get links. But what do we do for groups and users? All right, we do that. So with the document, we've got list files, list folders, max upload. All right. Link options, click on this. Sorry, I need to get rid of that. Oops. Oh, we've got a couple of, the 500s are the private. So object variable pro link list. So we need sprint list. So def sprint list, it's just a simple request. Sends back a list of all potential sprints the user has access to, designed so users can select which sprint an object can be assigned to. All right, cool. So we're going to keep it in this. At the moment, we'll just return HTTP response, no data whatsoever. All right, cool. Now I'm just going to minimize everything. I'm going to maximize that. I'm going to go into NearBeach. We need the URLs in here. So we've got sprint information. I think this will be best under object data. Ooh, but then object data, we usually have the destination and so forth like that. And in this sort of case, we don't need destination or location ID. Okay. But we have that. So yeah, we can do it. We can do this. So path, object, data, sprint list. Now what I'm doing is I'm going to split this onto multiple different lines. I keep fat fingering that, so I'm just going to do that. Here we have we'll have sprint views dot sprint list, and then name equals sprint list. So everyone's happy with that. Okay, sprint views. So straight off the bat, what we want to do is we want object assignment results equals. Now we're limiting this down to object assignment to objects dot filter is deleted equals false. From here, we then want group ID in, and this is where we go user group dot objects dot filter is deleted equals false. User, let's hover over this. Let's add this in very quickly. Username equals request dot user dot values, and we've got the group ID in that. So what that does is it finds everything that the user is connected to, and with the object assignment, it's like, all right, cool, you've got access to all of this. So that gives this a quick little thing, being like, all right, the user's got access to all of this information. Then in here, what we want to do is we can actually key some more information into here. So I'm going to have a queue and delete that. All of that goes into the queue. Then we want a simple AND queue project ID. So we need to import them. Is null equals false, or queue requirement ID is null equals false. So that limits it down to just project and requirements. We're not looking for any other data whatsoever. That should work. Yeah, that should work. All right, so what we've got is we've got object assignment results. And from here, using the object assignment results, we can determine which sprint the user has access to. So sprint results will equal sprint.objects.filter. We're doing a couple of queues, so is deleted equals false. I can see this getting rather confusing now because the project ID in, and then we'll have the object assignment results dot values and project ID. Then we'll have or requirement in object assignment results like so. However, that's kind of hardish to read. Even though we've done a similar thing up here. And one way around it is essentially you delete this and we just go project ID in object assignment results dot values and then project ID. Okay, and then we'll delete this, or queue is deleted equals false, and then requirement ID in equals object assignment results dot values dot requirement ID. Like so. A little easier to read. So now we have the data. Now we've got to convert it into the data we want. So we don't care if it's connected to a project or a requirement or anything like that. So we're just going to go values. And then in here, what we want is sprint ID, sprint name, sprint start date, and sprint end date. I don't foresee us using any other information whatsoever. So one's going to be the value, one's going to be the name. Tell me what you're doing now. By the way, I don't know anything about coding, but I'm trying to do my best to learn and let you know. All right, cool. So what I'm doing now is I'm building on a open source project management system called NearBeach. So let's just go to localhost. I have it open with localhost. So the idea is you can collect basic sort of customer data. You can gather user requirements. You can build your own Kanban board. You can also create your own projects and tasks. And when you're finished and you're ready to deploy, you've got your requests for changes. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. The nitty-gritty at the moment is I'm building the sprint functionality into NearBeach. So yes, we're using VueJS and Django. So Django is built off the Python program language. Django is a web framework, once again built on top of Python. I'm using that as the backend. So at the moment, all this particular code you're looking at is all Python. So we're using ORM to connect and manipulate data in our database. And that's where we're at the moment. We're just going to now send that data back. In the front end, I'm using VueJS, which is of course a Vue framework built off of JavaScript. So that's why the code looks slightly different here. So yeah, if you're interested in learning more about web development and stuff like that, we highly recommend FreeCodeCamp. There are a bunch of different other sources out there for learning and so forth like that. We just recommend FreeCodeCamp because it's free. So yeah, welcome. And if you're interested in the source code of NearBeach, we do store it up on GitHub. That address at the moment is the old address. However, it'll take you to the new address. It's literally just github.com/NearBeach/NearBeach. So yeah. And welcome. All right, so where was I? I need to send back the data from the back end. So we need to actually change that into JSON. So the best way of doing that, and this is because sadly there's multiple different ways to do this, and depending how you've actually set up the ORM depends which way you actually use it. So I'm looking at JSON response very quickly. I don't think that's it. I think we did something the other day up here. So we did JSON response when it was like that. However, sprint results, JSON, this is what we did, list child sprint. So actually we need these 2 lines of code. Perfect. So what's the first one doing is with the sprint results, it's doing a simple JSON dumps. It's listing out this sprint result, so it puts it in a list. And then we just load it up and send that data. So yes, so we should have everything now sort of connected. Let's just do a simple Axios sort of thing. So this $Axios, sorry, it's just that .post. With the URL, we'll need this .root URL and then object data /sprint list / we don't need any data we're sending .then. We've got our response. Sorry, I like to response to that like that. We'll add code for the moment. Then catch, and then we'll have our error. So what this will do is this $store.dispatch new toast header. What we've got is error fetching potential sprint list message cannot retrieve sprint list. We just pass through the error. And then extra classes, because we want it to look background warning. And we want a delay of 0, which just means it doesn't close. Now, we don't need anything else on there. So there and there. So hopefully we don't get an issue. Now, am I running? Yes, I'm running npm watch. So what I want to do is let's go to new project. I'm going to hit refresh. Everything's going to boot up. We do have, we've got the 500s. It's because I'm not running Minio. So for those that don't know, Minio is essentially like your own S2 storage. So Azure's S2 buckets, however open sourced. And we're using Minio to actually replicate those S2 storages on our local environment because it doesn't cost us any cents. So yeah. Whereas if we did that on S3, we'll eventually get charged a cent or two. Until I go in there and delete the content. All right, so one thing I haven't done is I haven't actually added the sprint wizard to the sprint information yet. So we need our components in here. So import now this will be called the add sprint wizard from modules oh wait, this is sprint information, not what I want. So what I need to do is I need to find the source. I don't know why it's just created this NearBeach.egg thing. I'm just going to delete it. Unknown egg information, just going to delete it. We don't need that at all. We're going to JavaScript components. We're going under modules. We're going into submodules, and in here we'll have list sprints. So this is where we're going to import our wizard. From. Now this goes up, we go wizards, and we're going to go add sprint wizard. Like so. And then in here, add sprint wizard. It's got to be like that. That was a spelling mistake. And then up here, we're just going to go add sprint wizard. All right, so we don't need any information going down to it. It's just going to render the modal. Now, that is good news that we don't have an error. Sorry, that went off. I'm just having a look at why I'm getting so many messages. All right, so that is not what we were looking for. There's another one. So object sprint list, that's a child. Thank you. Body, are you streaming every day? I'm assuming you mean buddy. Am I streaming every day? No, I'm not. So today is Monday for me. So it might be Sunday if you're in the US. It might be very early Monday if you're in the UK, or so forth like that. So I stream Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and I usually do it because I live on Australian Eastern Standard Time. So if you want a map, I'll quickly show you a map. So I live in Melbourne. That's a pretty well-known fact. So I live in this time zone. And I usually stream from 6:30 till about 10. So yeah, currently it's early. It's 5:15. I started early today due to it being a public holiday. And I was like, you know what? I need to get stuff done. So yeah. I want to know, started coding, did I need English as a language necessary, or can I start doing it on French, for example? Now, that's a really good question. My guess is, and this is just a guess, this is just because I've never had to code in another language. A lot of the coding sort of languages is in English. My sort of guess is if you read the documentation, not necessarily. However, there's a lot of syntax that is in English. but given documentation, you can probably look it up and it will be translated. I don't know. No. Python language. See, the thing is, I don't know if someone has gone ahead and made a translation of that particular language. So Python programming language in French. All right, so with Objective-C, they use normal syntax and English words in the code, but comments were in Chinese. All right, cool. I still think it's very plausible for someone to, so for example, an if statement or something like that. I'll just jump back into Python. A lot of this is ORM. So object assignment is something I named. If you were to write it in French, you would have the equivalent of object assignment. Dot objects, now that's a set term, so that will definitely be in English, and dot filter will definitely be in English. However, that being said, I think if you read the documentation and so forth like that, those words might come naturally to... Yeah, this is a hard question. English is my first language, so I don't know the proper answer. My guess is no, you probably can get away without knowing English, in the fact that you could potentially learn these words separate from the English language and understand what they do for that particular programming context. So that's my thoughts on it. However, that being said, it's just my thoughts on it. Honestly, I could be way off. There could be people who are like, I can't do this whatsoever, or I think there are a lot of people who are like, yeah, I understand this, and yeah. Hard question. At the end of the day, I'm just going to be like, I think so. I think people can learn how to program and get those particular words like objects and filter and separate them out of the English language and still understand them. And I just realized it is an ad break at the moment. So we're going into ad break mode. I don't know if you're still here whilst on the ad break. So I'm just assuming you got trapped in the ad break. So I'll answer it when the ad break finishes. Hopefully people are liking the music. I was like, I need something upbeat. I've been listening to a lot of the cafe jazz and stuff like that for a couple of weeks. I'm like, you know what? I need something different. So I'm going retro today. Okay, still dancing. I should be doing more weights, but it's a little too late now. I should have just jumped up and done them. Oh well. Minute of weights. So, yeah. Okay, about 10 seconds left. Hopefully. So. Okay, and welcome back everyone. So let's jump back into the workstation. So let me tell you, in my country, we speak French, and yeah, so honestly, I think if you start learning a language and you start utilizing and stuff like that, there's going to be terms and words that will mean something for you in that context of that language. I think you don't need to necessarily understand them in English to sort of use them and so forth like that. And I think after a while it won't become an issue. So for example, if, else if, and else, you could potentially learn separate from the English language and still understand them, especially when coming in a programming knowledge. So yeah, and last year I started studying computer science, but it was just for a month, and then I stopped. Whenever what I want to ask is that we was doing like everything in English. Fair enough. Now I don't know if there are any French specific languages. This is actually interesting. I just don't know the because yeah, there's a lot of English in the programming languages, and that was because of where these languages were built and stuff like that. It's the core feature of it's designed to be translatable to every human written language for existing. Okay. Nice. Scratch is a block-based education language. All right, I've heard of Scratch before. Yeah. Based on non-English languages. I'm out of curiosity. Oh, there's Arabic in here. All right, there's a couple of French-specific languages and so forth like that. Now, please forgive my French. I am terrible at French. I am in Australia. We don't get many languages. Really? I'm just... Alright, there's one. Rust translated into French and stuff like that. So, yeah, there's a couple of languages out there. But, that being said, I would like to state... I'm just going to state this over here. So, let's draw a line. Let's say... This is 0, this is time. Okay, I want to say this is the time spent learning first language. First programming language. Please excuse how bad my handwriting is at the moment. I want to say this time spent learning second programming language. Now I'm going to say this is the third. Then I'm going to say this is the fourth. And so forth like that. And you'll notice that the amount of time you take to learn a second, third, and fourth language actually shrinks dramatically. The reason being is there's so many concepts that you have learnt that it literally just becomes a syntax change. And you're learning just the nitty-gritties of the little outliers of that language. So for example, in JavaScript, banana. That doesn't actually pop up in any other language. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, JavaScript, banana. If you type in this into, let's say, console log, and then in this b plus a plus plus a plus a dot to lowercase, it becomes banana. So yeah. So as you start learning other languages, it does become easier. And I think your first language is going to be hard. You're going to have that difficulty of the a massive sort of hump to get over, which is just the language itself. But once again, I think you don't need to learn English to actually know that language. You'll essentially, those particular words you can actually extract out away from English without understanding the English meaning, as long as you know the context around the programming for them. Then when you learn your second language, there'll be an if statement again there. And you'll be like, I know how those work. I know what they are in this other program, and so forth like that. So, yeah. Now, where was I? I was here. All right, so we were going to do an end select. We've just got our data from there. We've got our add sprints in. So we've got our add sprint wizard here. So when it gets mounted, it should go object data sprint list now. There you go. And there it is. All right, sweet. This worked. Actually, first time. This is amazing. This is hardly ever happens first time like that. Usually I've mucked up something. So we've got the sprint start date and end date. We've got the sprint name and so forth like that. So what we want to do is when that information has come down here, we want to split it into the sprint options. So this then becomes, we then got to map this functionality. So this dot sprint options equals response dot data dot map, and we essentially do this. So we want to return an object where and this is where we look at our select native code. So we need label, we need value. We're not worried about disabled. So label and value. So value will be the row dot sprint ID. The label will be the row dot sprint name. And then we're keying in other data. So we're just making it so it's one-to-one in here. So we've got sprint start date, sprint end date. And sprint end date. All right. So that is done and dusted. Now I do need a little comma there. Now this is saying compiled with 3 errors. But it worked fine now. Alright. So it gets data, it's going to convert that data. So when we click on, we haven't set up that button yet. So if we got list sprints, we want the assigned sprints. We want to open up this. And what we want to do is add object to sprint, add to sprint. We haven't done anything here yet. Nor have we got get assigned sprints. We gotta program that up. That's gonna be a very easy thing to do. So now that we got this here, we need to make sure that we have the modal stuff. So import modal from Bootstrap. All right, so this is going to be const modal equals new modal document.get elements by ID, and then what we want is we need that add sprint wizard modal, and then modal.show. Done. That's how we do it. Then over here, we're just going to refresh. So sprint, we've got to wait for it to actually compile into the code. So I'm going to hit refresh. and I'm going to go sprints, and I'm going to add object to sprint. Presto, done. And we've got all this information here. Presto, perfect. And then when we click which one we want, it should update the component itself. So I am going to find the parents module. We then want the list sprints. Then we want the add sprint wizard. So the sprint model. All right, cool. It's not updating in real time, which is a bit annoying. But we can see that is changing. Perfect. All right. So then we just need the information down here to update. So we'll keep this one open because we do need that information coming through. We need to program that in the backend, and we'll actually do that next. So in here, we need a watch on that component. So a watch is going to be an object. We want the sprint model. Now in reality, this is no longer an array. We want it like that because it's an integer. We want it just to be a little function. And then we want this dot selected sprint object equals this dot sprint options. And we pass through a row, and then we return where row dot sprint ID equals, and this is where I've got to be careful that this is an ID and so forth like that. So actually I want that as a number equals the like so. Now I'm just double checking one thing with the documentation. So we're just going to go to VueJS. So VueJS docs guide. We actually want watch. So watches. So watch question. All right. So we're watching some such that console log. Yeah, all right. So new value, old value. All right. This is not how I've got watch set up. Yeah, this is a bit different. I don't want to really. Ooh. Getting started. All right. Computed and watches. Sorry, I'm just gonna. This is how we've got it set up, if memory serves me correctly. We've got watch function, and then it's just value. All right, cool. So what I want to do is I want to pass through the value. Ah, sure thing. There we go. So if I pass through the value, that makes sure that that should be the new value. So I should go new value in here, and then that should be new value. All right, sweet. Now, I know that they've structured this a little bit differently in Vue 3, as the documents clearly are showing me. Guide. Yeah, they've got watches a little bit different. But yeah, I've put everything in an object, whereas they're not. Okay. They've got different watches for everything. All right. We don't need to worry. This should work with the new value. And we're going to test it out. So we're going to go refresh, sprint, add object to sprint. Now that's 0. Ooh. Yeah, we want nothing at the start. Undefined. All right, cool. Waiting for that to save. Gonna hit refresh. Sprints, add object to sprint. Undefined works perfectly fine. And then if we select something, we have an error. This sprint option is not a function. That might be the watch. So I am going to select that out. I'm going to refresh. So we don't have any issues there. All right. VueJS 3 watch. So we're watching the question. It's async. I might have set this up wrong. No, these are. All right, let's just do that. Just as a quick test to see if things are working as intended. All right. I think that's given enough time for it to recompile. I want this one, so I'm just going to refresh. We've got our everything up here. We're going to go sprints. We're going to go objects. We're going to select a new object, new value 2. All right, so that's working as intended. This is what we want. So I'm going to bang this like this, and then this dot selected sprint object equals this dot sprint options. Dot filter. That's what I had wrong. I needed the dot filter. My bad. Return row dot sprint ID equals new value. Now, parse int. There are some bugs where we need to key this information in. We will eventually move to TypeScript where we won't need to pass the int everywhere. It's just, we haven't started migrating to TypeScript yet. That's going to be a big change. That's going to be like one of the huge changes that's probably going to cause a lot of issues in the code, so forth like that, and potentially cause a lot of issues in the code. So yeah, it will happen. So I've just refreshed. So this is selected sprint object. Now that's going to be a 0. Still a 0, even though we're sprint 4. Because we changed it to value. Easy fix. We just changed that. This is why you test. Gonna hit refresh. You're gonna sprint. Gonna add object to sprint. We're gonna go, all right, cool, bang, and we're gonna hit reload on here. Bang, we've got an array. So yeah, perfect. Okay, cool. So what we want to do, the easiest way to do this is if we go down here, we've got the add code. What we want to do, we want to bang this like this. We want to bang this like this. We want to go v4, and it'll be row in selected sprint object. Actually, we might just put sprint with a key equal to sprint dot value. Okay, and then in here, what we need is we need a strong sprint ID, and then we'll just have a simple sprint dot value, and a simple break, and a strong sprint name, and that will be just sprint dot label, and some break. And now we need to get our name from this value, the start date and end date, into friendly names, and we do this already. So we've got actually a mix in for this. So if we type in time, it won't be time, it'll be get friendly. Get friendly. Actually, tell you what, it's part of the mix in. So if we go down here and we go mix ins, import, we open up the mix ins, we go date time, we go get nice date. So export default get nice time date. So in directory JS components, import that from datetime mixin. All right. This will be datetime mixins. Cool. Yep. It will be part of mixins. So now that's keyed in, we can now access this get nice date function. So we've just got an input date. So up here, where we've got a strong sprint start date, we're just going to go get nice date, and then key in sprint start date, and then strong sprint end date, get nice date, sprint end date. And then what we need here, simple BR, done. Now we just wait a few seconds and then hit reload. And then, ooh, close. Ooh. Not how we wanted it to look. The reason why it's looking like that is we've got a width of 100%. Okay, not a problem. Div class equals col md12 is, we're just gonna place it in here, hit reload. Wait a few seconds, then hit reload. There you go. I think the sprint ID, we could get rid of the sprint ID. Yeah, let's get rid of the sprint ID. And then also down here with this, so we'll keep close. Down here, we'll add to sprint. Down here. We'll also edit these so it's in this format. All right, cool. All right, and also vbind disabled equals. Now, one thing which I want to see is I can't unselect anything. All right, cool. Yep. Is where this will be the sprint model equals undefined. All right, they have to pick something, and then that one will start working. So yeah, they can't click do anything. And also another thing I want to check. Yeah, so we've got it like that. Ah, okay, cool. With these modals, I've got them up there. They're not separated. Sweet. Oops, I wanted sprints. Add object to sprint. Sweet. Yeah, we've got that. And then we've got the sprint name, we've got the date, a start and end date. I don't know about the end date. I might get rid of the end date. Still there in the code, but that's fine. Sorry, it's still there in the data, but that's fine. So the idea is that we'll select this. These will appear. We need a little spacer. So what I'm going to do, div class equals spacer. Nothing really tremendously bad. And then add object to sprint. Yeah, I like that. Now we might want to actually change this so that way someone could filter. So that's just the basic and select filterable. This is what we want. So if we show code, we just need that little thing there. All right, cool. We've got an ad break. I'm going to shove this on very, very quickly onto our end select. And then we're going to do some waits very quickly. Placeholder equals please select a sprint from the list. All right, cool. All right, add time. Oh, ah. Let's do some waits. So yeah, trying to get fitter again. Oh, I've been quite well. I've been cycling heaps, so you know, fitness is getting better. I need to start doing upper body and core. Let's just say my legs are pretty muscular. Alright. Try not to sway when I'm doing this. Alright. Okay. Nearly done. Alright. And everyone should be back. All right. Oh. My arms are going to get tired. Alright, so doesn't help that in this room it's 32, nearly 33 degrees, which is 91 Fahrenheit. It's getting hot. So please select a sprint from the list. If we select one, presto. Alright. I am happy with that. And if someone clicks away, it's fine. Cool. Alright. So, when someone clicks this, we now need to deal with the add to sprint. So, we need a v-on. So v-on click, add sprint. So down here in our methods, we'll add in a add sprint. Right, so, and we need to send that to the backend. So information that the backend really needs. So information backend needs. Requires is destination, location ID, and sprint ID. Which we can give. We have all this data. No problem. Okay, cool. I need to now think of the models. Alright, so not sprints, not audit table yet. Sprint object assignment. So we've got the sprint ID, we've got requirement item, we've got project, we've got tasks. So it's only 3 items that we're actually adding to sprints, which makes sense, considering they'll be at requirements themselves. You don't need to add a requirement to a sprint. And also project. Now, the reason why you might add a project to a sprint is because you might be doing this at the requirement level and want to add that into the sprint. A good reason for that information would be for the Gantt charts. All right, whoops, wrong screen. So I'm going to put this over here. And I am going to go here. And we are going to import some information that I require. So, Vuex, map getters. Map getters, we've already done that. All right, sweet. Add sprint. First we want to do is notify the users of the change. So this $store.dispatch, new toast. We want header. It's going to be that message. It's going to be that. So header, adding object to sprint, adding current object to sprint. Please wait. We want the extra classes to be background warning, delay of 0, and unique type is going to be add sprint wizard. Cool. Construct the data to send, so that will be const data to send equals new form data. I'm going to scroll down for a little bit. Data to send dot set. What we are setting is sprint ID. And that's going to be this dot sprint model. Easy. This dot axios dot post. We'll key in the URL data to send. So the URL will be this dot root URL. Then what we need to do is discuss where the URL will be. I think object data is going to be the best case to put this. So if we go into our URLs, we've got object data. We've got a bunch of destination, location, and then user lists. So what we want, add user, it'll be add sprint. Yeah, it'll be add sprint. So what we want is path, object data, destination, location ID, add sprint. And then object data views, no, this will be sprint views dot add sprint. Oh, now this will be add sprint to object. And then the other way will be add objects to sprint. We now need to put that in the sprint views. So that's just going to be very, very simple. Add sprint to object. That's going to be a request. And then we've got a destination and we've got a location ID. We're going to key in this user currently on an object information page. They have selected this object be added to an existing sprint. Cool. And then return HTTP response. At the moment, we're just going to send nothing. It's fine. I'm going to do this in a minute. I just also realized down here, I forgot to actually remove something. So sprint, we need to exclude something. And thank you very much, Devilish. Welcome, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. Hi, how are you going? We need to exclude the fact that the sprint status equals finished. We need to exclude that. So going back up with this, this is just going to return this at the moment. We need to create the forms and all that kind of stuff, but baby steps. We'll just put this in here just to get everything to work. So this is now working. We now need to key it into this. So this will be object data, this dot destination, this dot location ID, and then it'll be add sprint. Now, I'm going back to the URLs. I don't like it having add sprint and then add sprint to object. I think no, it's implied by the object data. So going back here, it'll be add sprint / data send dot then. Ooh, what am I doing then? Am I just notifying the user that it's been added? I feel like there's going to be a lot more information there. this dot $store dot dispatch. We've got a new toast. What we're doing is header, error, saving, adding current object to sprint. Message, error, adding the current object to sprint, error, error. Extra classes, that's going to be a background of warning, or danger, sorry. And then delay is going to be 0. And then the unique type is going to be add sprint wizard. I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm from Brazil and just started learning Python. Welcome. So yeah, if you don't know what I'm doing, I'm building an open source project management system using Django as the backend, so Python, and VueJS as the front end, which is JavaScript. So the idea of this is you're able to store organization customer information, very basic sort of stuff though. You can build your own Kanban board, you can gather user requirements, you can create projects and tasks, and when you're done, you can do requests for changes. So yeah. At the moment, I am building in the sprint functionality. So yeah, it's coming along slowly. It's going to be a lot of work. So yeah, as you can tell. There's still a lot that I am missing with this. So now we just need to, we'll add the code. We'll figure out what we're going to do in a minute. Yeah. Depends on what we're going to do. I've got a couple of ideas of what we could do. So when we get the data back, we want the UI to upgrade and be like, oh, yeah, this is the new thing in here. Okay, so what could I do? All right, let's get it working on the back end first. So when the data comes, we need a new form. We've got the new sprint form. Kind of want a new sprint assignment, which will probably belong up here. Yeah. Assignment form, forms dot, we won't need a model form. We just need a regular form. Then what we'll have is sprint ID equals forms dot model form. We don't need multiple choice. We just need choice field where query set equals, and this is where we go sprint.objects.all straight at the bat. So double checks to make sure that ID matches. Null is required. Required equals true. And that's all we need with this form. So this is new sprint assignment form. So form equals new sprint assignment form. We pass through request.post. Up here we go new sprint assignment form, like so. If not form.is valid, return HTTP response bad request form.errors, like so. Everything else is working perfectly fine. What we want to do is we want to create this assignment. So having a look at the models with the sprint, what we've got is we've got a requirement, project, and sprint. Oh, that's a sprint. Wrong one. We've got the audit table ID. No. We've got the, we don't need to worry about that. We've got the sprint ID. Now, one of these three fields, we're actually going to be using some nifty code to actually pick the correct one in here. And then we need the change user. So that's three fields we need to edit. So in here, we'll need to go submit sprint assignment equals sprint object assignment. So what we need is we'll need the sprint ID equals the form.cleaned data and that will be sprint ID. Then we need, where we do something like this, we have f string with the destination underscore ID such that it equals the location ID. So if it's a project, it'll be project ID equals the location ID, the requirement ID, and so forth like that. So that's how we get away with that. And then we need change user equals request dot user. Then we need to submit sprint assignment dot save. And then we probably need to get the list of all sprint stuff here. So return the updated sprint information, sprint list here. Now this is where we hit a thing where we need to fix up an issue we've already got. So we've got an issue where we're not actually getting those assigned sprints whatsoever. So we can actually hit two birds with one stone. We can create that generic functionality, create the node for this. Also with that other node, be able to hit that generic node, generic function, and then be able to return the data. It'll be pretty easy to do. Sorry, I keep dropping my pen. Come here. All right. And then we just need to get the assigned sprints and so forth like that. So yeah. Oh, it's nearly 33 in here. Let's just say it's getting hot. All right. Oh, sorry. Just thinking how I could do this. Has this moved on to the second song yet? No, still on the first one. All right, sweet. I can close this. I can close this. So yeah, we want that ability to add that and then have that come back. Oh. All right. Okay, let's build that functionality in. So we've got list assigned sprints here. So we can key that in up here. So this will be internal function, def get get assigned sprints. The idea being we need destination and location ID. All right, so what we need to do is we'll have sprint results equals sprint.objects.filter is deleted equals false. Then we need this lovely thing where we've got the destination underscore ID is going to be location ID. Actually, that isn't sprint. That's sprint object assignment. All right. Hang on, I've mucked this up. Sorry. Sprint ID in, and we go sprint object assignment dot objects dot filter. Once again, is deleted equals false for that particular one, is deleted equals false for this particular one, and then what we need is f destination underscore ID is location ID. All right, so that gets all the sprints. Sends back the sprint information. And then what we need is the sprint ID, sprint name, sprint start date, and sprint end date. And that's all we need to send back. Then that's where we do this sprint, this one. We just paste it in, but we just go return. Then this one is going to go sprint results equals get assigned sprints, destination, location ID, and then that's where we return this particular line. Easy done. All right, sweet. So with the add sprints to object, once we added it to the object, we just now need these, well, these technically 3 lines, but they're really 2 lines. And we just do that. We in fact can do something like that, make it simpler. So yeah, this is helpful when you... So the reason why I've done it like this is this will actually only be behind a post, not a get. Whereas this, I will make this an internal function. So the idea being is it can only be accessed, well, anyone can access it, this particular thing, but I'm flagging it, hey, this is actually an internal thing. There's many cases where I've got the same code running in multiple different functions. I just have it as generic like this. All right. So let's go to work perfectly. Famous last words though. And then all I need to do is list assigned sprints. So I need to go to the URLs. So object data. We've got that data. We've got add. We've got link lists. We've got this already. Sprint list assigned. So that's going to work. And then we've also got sprint list child, which means we could potentially go and instead of have add sprint list. No, we'll keep it like that. All right, so here, getting data. Axios. Sorry, this dot axios dot post. We've got the URL being this dot root URL object data destination location ID. Oh, we need this in the map getters. Location ID. Oh, yep, I forgot. I've got to add this. And then we need sprint list assigned. Sorry, I need to find. No data to send. Then response. We'll key that in a second. Add code. Catch we need. So this $store.dispatch. New toast. We've got headers have been like error fetching assigned sprints. Message could not get the data. Error. This would just be error. The extra classes will be background warning. Not warning, danger. And then delay of 0, we won't need a unique. And then with the response, when the response comes through, it'll be update local data. So that would be current sprints. Oh. So this is where we split it up. So this dot current sprints equals this dot response dot data dot filter. We're filtering for a row where return where the row dot sprint status does not equal finished. And then this dot finished sprints equals this dot response dot data dot filter, and then row return row dot sprint status equals finished. That's it. So if I actually hit reload, let's just delete that. Let's hit reload. So we've got an error. Oh, all right. We've just hit a ad break. I'm just answering some messages on my phone. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry, I just keep getting them. 'All right, let's just do some waits for a couple of seconds. I fell over. All right. $20 seconds left. Oh, I need to tighten these weights. All right. Welcome back. So we've got an error, networking error. So we don't have a response or anything like that. And we still get networking error. Tell you what, let's put a breakpoint in. Don't even hit that breakpoint. Okay, let's go to our URLs. Sprint list assigned. I'm just gonna do the good old copy and paste. All right, and this goes to list assigned sprints, which is here, which we do have there. I've got blocked. All right. I'm just gonna hit the refresh, stop and rerun. Okay. Wow. Oh, I see it. We've got HTTP / object data and all that kind of stuff. That is not correct. So what we want to do, go back here. It's this one line here. There we go. Okay, we're just gonna wait for everything to compile again. Yeah. All right, this now has hit the breakpoint. So I'm just gonna step forward and we should see sprint results mean nothing. Yep, that's perfectly fine. It's gonna send back nothing to the back end. Everything's fine. When we look at the response, yeah, it's nothing. Great. We understand that. If we go to the sprints, we understand, yep, no sprints here. Cannot get data. This response is undefined. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's not meant to be this dot response. It's just meant to be a response. Sorry, just a little error by my behalf on my behalf. Cool. We've just solved that. So now we hit reload. We shouldn't have any. Yeah, we've got no hiccups there. If we actually go to the sprints, let's actually add this to this particular sprint. Let's add them in. So it's adding it in. We have got a success. Now, the reason why that's not disappearing is we haven't flagged on the success. That is something I need to do now. So if I go into here, with the add sprint, we've got the add code, and this is where we've got to fix all of this up. So we do get the data back how we want it. So we've got the sprint name and all that kind of stuff, which will key into the thing. This is where I'm going to change things around, and I'm going to raise the desk for a moment. All right. Oop. Just knock everything off. Cool. This needs to be a bit higher. And this is where I think add sprint wizard shouldn't belong here. So I'm going to delete it from here. And we're going to go into the assigned wizards and add it in here. So in here we need components, import, add sprint wizard. Yep. Now we don't have components whatsoever, so components like so, add sprint wizard like so. So we're happy with that, and then at just belongs at the end, add sprint wizard. We don't need any data going into it whatsoever. We're happy with that. However, we need an on statement. So v on, and this will be added sprint, and that will be called added sprint. And we've got an event covered for that. Or we should go update sprint list. Like so. I think that will be better. Yep, that'll be better. So down at the bottom, we'll have update sprint list. We'll have data. And what we'll want is we want to split this data much like how we've done this. So I'm going to copy. I'm going to paste. I'm going to bang this like this. And then I'm going to get rid of that. And it's going to be the exact same code. In fact, what I could do is this.update sprint list response.data. Bang. So we've just gotten rid of some of the code down there. We've placed it down here. This code is going to be used in multiple times. So one, when we get the list, and two, when we actually add in a new thing and it passes us a list and so forth like that. So what's going to happen is the backend is going to send us data. We need the add sprint wizard. This is going to be like, all right, cool. Send the data upstream. So this dot emit, $emit, sorry. So this will be called update sprint list. And we send the response.data. And that's it. So if we go here and hit reload, everything should load fine. We'll go into sprints. Now, it looks like we got data in here, but we don't have it fully rendered out yet. We're going to do that in a minute. You can see that that little warning is no longer there. If we go object and we go, all right, cool, we'll add this one in. Ooh, response is not defined. Yeah, that's a problem and a half. Now we've got to wait a few more minutes. All right. Now, a couple of things are going on here. We've added it in. However, that being said, we don't have a success modal and we don't close this modal. So what we need to do is we need to close the modal. Actually, we'll close the modal in here. Document get element by ID. So that will be the add sprint wizard button dot click, and then update the user. So that will be this one. But we'll fix that up in a second. I just need to add in the update wizard button up here. So that becomes this button. So we're just closing everything. Add sprint wizard button. All right, cool. Yep. And then down here, what we've got, so we've added this in, new toast. This is an error, so this is successfully added current object to sprint. Like so, and this is success. Like so. Delay, we're actually removing the delay because we want it to, after 2 seconds, disappear. So what will actually happen is this will overtake that old toast and make it disappear. So if we hit refresh again and go into our sprints, add object to sprint, let's say we add this one in, boom. I'm going to go added to sprint. Because that doesn't look nice. So if that's a lot shorter, bang, perfect. Now let's get things rendered out properly. So what we want to do is I think I'm happy with this. We'll close this, we'll close this, we'll definitely close this, we'll move the URLs over here. Assigned stuff. So assigned sprints, list all sprints that contain this object. We've got got child sprints, which we kind of want to borrow from. Where did we put that? This is part of the modules. I'm in the wrong spot. So sub modules. And then we've got child sprints. So if we scroll up, we've got all of this information. I'm going to shove it to the right. And what we're going to do is we're going to go from top to bottom, find out what's missing. So render object card, dif. Okay. All right, that's what we've done. And then we've got the buttons, which we have. And then we've got this, we've got all of that. All right, so we have list of child sprints. All right, and this one's getting split up into 2 sections, a finished and a current. So yeah, we need in here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to comment out these 2, and let's start with that. So what we need render object card. We need vbind destination equals sprint. Vbind import variables equals, and I'm just going to put import variables at the moment. Oh, this is both finished and let's have a look at import variables. All right, we need to import variables. So down in data, we'll have current sprints. We'll have current import variables, and that will be a header. Current list of sprints. Prefix is going to be sprint. ID is going to be sprint ID. Title is going to be sprint name. And status is going to be sprint status. Okay, cool. And we're going to paste one here. Going to call it that. list of finished sprints. List of current sprints. All right, cool. So very basic sort of stuff. So what we want here is we want current import variables. Perfectly fine. We're scrolling up to the top. And then vbind search results equals, and then current sprints. And then I'm going to say bang those out like that. We're going to go render object card vbind destination equals sprint vbind import variables equals finished import variables vbind search results equals finished sprints. All right. I think that's it. I think that's all we need. All right, cool. So, with the list of finished sprints, we don't have anything in there at the moment, but that's perfectly fine. We could do if statements on both of those. If this is current sprint dot, and welcome Ellie Geronimane. Thank you very much for the follow. I do hope you are enjoying my content. So yeah, welcome. How are you going? So finished sprints dot length greater than 0, and thank you very much for the follow, Georgie Dubai. Welcome. I also hope you are enjoying my content. Welcome. So if we add those if statements in, the sprints themselves, there go. Perfect. And yeah, hey, how are you, Georgie? I hope you're going well. How are you doing? So that is done. Yeah, welcome. Yep. And hello, Ellie, Jermaine. Very hot today. Yes, it is. It is currently in my room, 33.1 degrees Celsius. I don't know what it is outside. When it starts dropping, I'm going to open up my window. So, ooh, it's almost the same temperature in here as outside, but not quite yet. It is going to be dropping to another 5 degrees over the next couple of hours. Vic, yeah, Victoria. It's weird getting this hot weather. Like in Victoria, we haven't had much of a summer, and then all of a sudden, bang, March, end of Feb, hit ya. So yeah. Anyway, so we've done this. Let's go back to our this thing. Let's go up. So users are able to add an object to a sprint. We've only done one part of that. So we've done the first part. User is already at object and add the object directly to the sprint. So a user can now do that. So they're like bang, 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 and then add to sprint. So yeah. Open source project management, is it like planning or something? Very similar. So usually when you've got a project, you want to sort of track all the different tasks assigned to that particular project. You want to also track the user requirements. So the idea of NearBeach is you've got basic sort of customer stuff. You got Kanban boards, you can create new projects, new tasks. You can also create new requirements and break them down into requirement items. And when you're all done, you've got a request for change. So a good sort of thing is you might have a project of setting up a WordPress site. That's the project. Very helicopter sort of thing. User requirements, they want a website. Then you might need to be like, all right, cool. I need someone to actually set up the install WordPress on a VM. You need someone to design the site. You need someone to, program those particular tasks in and so forth like that. So yeah, you would need a project management system to sort of track all those changes and requirements and so forth. So yeah, this is what I'm building. So yeah, it's coming along. We're up to version 0.31.3. So we're hoping to do another release this week. And then the idea is, just because the sprint is new functionality, what we want to do is we want to do a release of the POC. So the POC is proof of concept for sprints. So it's going to be very basic. Then 2, we're going to do a massive sort of bug testing and fixing. Three is we're going to implement the Kanban board feature for the sprints. Once again, 4 will be bug testing and fixing. And then 5 is the Gantt charts. So I need to actually get the sprints out of the way for the Gantt charts, because the Gantt charts will be implemented in the sprints and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, this is, hopefully we get this all done in 1 or 2 months. And then, yeah, then we keep going forward. So these aren't full versions. So we'll hopefully do a version here. This might be 1 or 2 different versions and stuff like that. This will be 1 version. This might be 1 or 2 versions, and this will be 1 version, and so forth like that. And then there'll be iterations from here and all that kind of stuff. So this isn't set in stone. So that's how we're attempting to do this. So yeah, we now need to talk about this other method. So I'm just going to close this. So let's say we're in a sprint. How do we add objects into a sprint itself? Yeah, so once again, this is a proof of concept, this particular thing here. You can see we've just added this this particular project into it. Perfectly fine. We're going add object to sprint. In fact, they'll be in these sprints too, along with a bunch of other stuff in here. Anyway, give me 2 seconds as I try and think about this. The idea is we kind of want people to be able to add objects from a sprint itself. They might create a sprint, go into that sprint, and then insert all the tasks and so forth, assign that are connected to that particular sprint. So yes, this is where I need to think a little bit more. So at the moment we've got delete and finish sprint. I think I can hide that delete somewhere else. Once again, this is just a temporary page. So we might do what we did with the Kanban board. And have finished sprint in here somewhere. but the delete functionality might need to go somewhere else. We also need the add stuff to this too. So yeah. Might be one of those things that I'm like, at the moment, whilst we have it like this, it's not going to be a better solution. We might need to add this at a later date. Oh, sorry. So what I'm thinking of is where I'm going to place this extra button. I really shouldn't be overthinking this because this particular screen is going to change. This is a POC, so proof of concept, being like, all right, cool. I've got an idea, let's shove it in here, but I'm going to replace this idea in the near future. The problem is replacing that idea, even if I implemented it right now, is going to take hours upon hours upon hours of work. I need a POC just to put there temporary. So why am I freaking out over adding in a button in here when in reality I should be adding in the button down here, and then when I replace this proof of concept, that's when I should be thinking about how all of this works. So yeah. Yeah, pretty much. That's how I should be thinking. So I'm just going to add in a button right next to the delete. It's going to be horrible. But once again, POC. Add it in, I click that, the wizard modal will appear. We'll be able to add stuff from other different either requirement items, projects, or tasks into here. So yeah. And if I list all objects, let's go to tasks. And it's going to be very similar to this, where we'll select an object. We won't need to specify its relation to, and we can select what we want from here. I think that's going to be the easiest sort of solution for the moment. Yeah, all right, cool. I think that's probably going to be it. Just also trying to think. Ad break. All right, cool. Oh, sorry. Bit of a yawn. All right. I don't know if everyone's on an ad break or whatever, but once again, we're going to be doing this sort of thing at the moment, just whilst the ad break's on. Now, the reason being is I don't want people to miss out. But I will be back. I'm just going to grab some water because I am empty and it is 33 degrees in here. All right. Oh, it's hot in here. I'm gonna. close that door properly. All right, welcome back. Let's jump back into this. All right. So, we're just thinking about adding something on here with a button, having a wizard pop up, very similar. So we pick it won't be as simple as that. Yeah, it's similar to this particular wizard. So we'll have a object selector. We won't need the relationship, and then we'll have which selected links we want. In the future, this will be redesigned. But for the moment, it does its job. And until I find someone to help me redesign stuff, it will stay, sadly. So anyway, let's do a drop. Okay, so what are we going to call it? What did we say we were going to call it? Add object wizard. This will actually belong under the sprint folder instead. So I am going to close all tabs. And hey, Sandy Lee, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. It is hot here at the moment. It's 33.1 degrees Celsius or 91.6 Fahrenheit. Not too well. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. I'm sorry to hear that you're not well. It's not good to hear. Anyway, we'll jump back into this. Sorry, add object wizard. .view. We need a template. We need a script. Export default name. It's going to be called add object wizard. We don't need to worry about anything else. So I'm going to leave it at that for the moment. We are going to copy this. We are going to do that. Just whoop. So the header, that will be this particular one to go up like that, and then these two will go like this. All right, cool. So there's our modal. And what we want to do is we want to just do this. For the moment. All right, so what we want is we want add object wizard modal. Add object wizard label. We want to get rid of that. We also want this to be H5. Like that. And then we want add object wizard label. All right, just that button like that. The body, that's perfectly fine. This button, close, and then we want add objects into there. Really need to create a sort of macro to do all of this. All right, sweet. So there's our body and all that kind of stuff. In the sprint information, we just want to click on that add. So what we need is sprint information. That actually is a parent object, so I'm putting that in the top of hierarchical thing. We've got the confirm delete down there. We'll have a simple button like so. What we'll have is v on click equals show add object wizard. Class equals btn. I'm gonna go info. Well, success. Okay, cool. Go down here, and then what we want is add object wizard. Alright, cool. And we need that methods down here. We need to go show add object wizard down here, like so. What we need, const modal equals new modal document get element by ID, and then it'll be add object wizard modal. We do it like that, and then modal.show. Easy done. Perfect. Okay, cool. So, in reality, if we hit refresh, we might need to do this. There we go. We've got add object wizard, and if we click it, something went wrong. Oh, I don't have it rendered on the page, that's why. So we need the components. Import add object wizard. Like so, and then we just need to render it on the page. Add object wizards. It's like that. We don't need to pass anything down at the moment. Though, that being said, we'll probably need to update the list and all that kind of information. Yeah. Yeah, get parent URL, show, Yeah, it's one of those things which we might need to do something, but that's fine. We'll figure it out when we get there. So we're just going to render. Perfect. Okay. Now I am so used to it being dark at this particular point in time. I looked out the window and I'm like, holy hell, that's light. Usually when I'm streaming this late, sorry, I'm not. Usually, if I stream this long, I start at 6:30, and it'll be like 9ish now, and I have just spotted a bug. Praying mantis. There we go. That's what the name I wanted to. All right. It's kind of cool. So, just look out the window. You see a praying mantis. There we go. Little guy. Little cute little thing, holding on the awnings like for dear life. Yeah. I am posting that to Twitter. All right. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. We're coming up to 3 hours. Usually it's 9:30 and I'll be like, all right, cool, I'm going to wrap things up. But no, keep going tonight. I'm seeing if I can actually make it to 10. It is just 7 o'clock now. I've got 3 more hours to go. That will bring this up to, that would make that 3 hours stream, 6 hours, which is a long, I haven't streamed for that long in such a long time. It's not funny. So, yes, let's see if I can do it tonight. All right. So, things are showing. We want modal dialog to be, modal. We want large and modal full screen large down. Yeah, cool. Because we kind of want this other thing where it's like this. So this is large modal. If we, if we shrink this too much. Oh, we haven't done it there. Oh, all right. Did something different there. That looks okay. All right. Straight away, we need a new title. Add objects to Sprint Wizard. We need this to be in this format. ID equals add object wizard button. All right, cool. And then what we need, div class equals row. Div class equals md4 for our instructional row, and then div class equals md8 for the rest of it. Now, that being said, we're going to need 2 rows. I'm sorry to hear that, Sandy. That is, yeah, that is rather heartbreaking to hear. Yeah, I'm very sorry to hear about that. Yeah. 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 It's not fun when relationships fall apart at all. So, yeah. No, I'm once again very, very sorry about the breakup. Yeah. Alright, going back into this. Sorry, I know I need this, I need this. So, object selector. Just doing it like, oh, I hate how this does this. Do it properly, there we go. Object selector, so we'll have strong object selector, and then we'll have p class equals text instructions, and essentially we just do this. It's the same wording, so I'm not worried about that. And then this is going to be different. We're only going to have project, requirement, and task. Now, if I click on this and I go into the view, I go into the parents module, config. Can I open up the window? Yes. Sorry, it's still very hot in here. Add link wizard. I think sorry, getting distracted. Destination. Disable button. Blah, blah, blah. I don't think that's part of that. So if I go link objects, object links, there we go. New link wizard. That's the one I want. So this is the new link wizard. If we have a look in here, I've got the data being project. All right, cool. And it looks like when I click on that requirement, if I click on the network, let's delete everything, and I go project, it is saying object data task 1 project link list. Okay, cool. So we're going to be doing something similar here. Yeah, very, very similar. I can see we're going to copy pretty much most of that URL. Except we'll have sprint, we'll have the ID, and then we'll have this wizard, and then the sprint link list. Okay, and then it'll transfer back just the JSON response, which is just this, which is very, very small. So, yeah. Okay, let's key that in. So this will be an nSelect object where the model value equals, and then what we've got to have down here, we're going to have we've got to have everything down here. We haven't done anything. So components, sorry, naive UI. Import nSelect from naive UI. What else do we need? So at the moment, components, not computed. We've got the nSelect. Then we need data, where I don't see us putting any props down. Do I need destination and ID? Yeah, I need the destination and stuff like that. So map VueJS to import map getters from VueJS. So we'll have computed in here, but that will belong a bit further down. For the data, we've got return that, and we'll figure out what the variables we want. So computed, we'll have map getters. We'll have destination equals get destination. Location ID is get location ID. Root URL, get root URL. We should be keying this information in at the sprint information level. All right. So I think that's the information I need at the moment. What I need here is I need the object model. That's going to be blank. So up here, value object model. What we need is values. vbind values equals, or options. Let's have a look. I've got these options, yeah. Vbind options equals object options. Okay, and that will be that'll be a simple this. Actually, no. Simple this, where you've got we've got something like that. Sorry, I can't type. Requirement item. And then you've got the value, you've also got task, and label is going to be task. All right, cool. So hopefully that will do. And so we've got that, we've got that, we've got that, we've got that. Yeah. Filterable. We'll add that feature in. And then placeholder. Please select an object. So we've got that. And then we've got to do the second one, which is essentially strong. It'll be search results. So very similar to here. Select links. And then P class equals text instructions. And then we're just copying. Please select which objects you want to connect to the task. In this sort of case, it will be please select which objects, which of the objects you want to connect to this sprint. Like so. And then we'll just put in our usual add code here. We just want to see if this works. So just waiting a few seconds. We're going to hit reload. Are you just feeling very... that's completely understandable, Sandy Lee. It is something horrible to go through. So, yeah, I'm sorry that you're actually going through that. Yeah. I've realized I've refreshed the wrong page. So we've got an object. So this is looking very, very nice. And then we've got the code here. And essentially it'll be the same with this. So if we go linked objects, create a new link, you'll notice when we click on something, it'll find something. So it's going to do the exact same sort of code there. However, that being said, that's an image. Doesn't really work well in dark mode. So we might change that image in the near future. It might be like a minor bug, which we just put in. Be like, listen, we need something else. So that's part of undraw. So sorry. No, I can't afford plus. Where's our search? Search. So it might be one of those things that we change in the near future. And we have a dark mode version. So yeah. Anyway, we could put a bug in, but we won't today. Alright, so what do we need to do? We need to select links. Yep. Is we need to implement that similar thing in here. Now, we might need a HR along here, which won't be too hard to actually put in. We can do that right now. Just to separate those items up. So if we hit reload, you'll notice that the HR separates them. It's like, oh, okay, cool. I've got to do this, and then I've got to do that. So in here, what we want is we want search status. Not started. All right, we're just gonna keep this as a simple text, and then up here we're gonna have different div statements. So div class, yeah, just different div statements at the moment. So div class equals alert info. I am just once again going to break this down like into this. Please select an object. If object model equals nothing. All right, because we're defining it as nothing down here. Object model equals nothing. All right, cool. So that will happen if that's like that. That is just going to be search status nothing at the moment. And then that way we'll have something appear here. So please select an object. All right, cool. And then div v if search status equals currently searching, class equals alert. We want something different. I think warning and then info. Actually, no. Alert info, warning, because we use the warnings quite a lot when we're saying, hey, we're searching for something. Currently searching for potential objects. Like so. All right. Oh, and we've just hit an ad break. So I am just going to do some weights. So yeah, on the ad time. Oh, I don't know why I started the weight so soon. I just looked at the time. I've still got a minute to go. So let's hope I can make this. My arms are hurting tomorrow. I'm just gonna change this up a little. Yeah, I need to stand more like this. Yeah, there we go. More stable now. Alright. I'm not counting this at all. So, yep. Oh, my arms are getting tired now. Oh, that was a bad one. Alright, I'm probably going to have to stop there. Okay, we've got like less than 20 seconds to go. I just didn't want to overly push myself because I've still got potentially 3 hours to go. All right. But yeah, this will. All right, welcome back. So yeah, I'm doing this ad break little screen when you're on ads, so you miss nothing. You'll notice that we're getting a few more ads. The idea being is, if we do it this way, no one will get pre-roll ads. So we're testing that out at the moment. So yeah. All right, cool. When it's currently searching, yes, we want to do it like that. So div, then when we got data, okay, I am having to keep this consistent. Then what we want, v4 equals object in object search. Search results. That's what we'll call it. Single object in search results. We'll leave it like that at the moment. Add code in just a little bit. We'll see how I've done this elsewhere. So if we reload, this should just pop up. Please select an object, and then we'll change it to that. We'll get that programmed in right now. So the idea is on this change, we'll flag something. So we need our watch in. We need our watch added to the object model. And we need the new value passed through like that. From here, what we need is we shouldn't be doing this all in the watch. We should actually be having methods down here. All right, cool. So what we need to do is we need to get object list. And then update the search status to this.search status equals, we had it currently searching. All right, cool. Use Axios to get the list. Now, we won't need to open up a toast or anything like that to be like, hey, we're searching for the list. The reason being is, well, we're literally telling the user in the modal. All right, cool. So up here in the watch, so get this.get object list, and we pass through the new value. All right, so we're happy with that. So this is where we hit refresh. And we're like, all right, cool, boom. Now, did that... All right, something's gone wrong. Something has gone wrong. All right, this isn't... That should have changed this. Please select an object. Okay. Console log, new value. Just making sure I'm still got, yep, I'm still got that running. Okay, cool. All right, let's check the code. All right, I might need to refresh the component list. Okay, that's not looking good. View. Cause there it is. That was weird. So add object wizard. That's what we want. So if we click on this and we change this to that, we don't see any changes. And if we refresh, object model isn't updated. All right. It's probably our bug. Model value. Let's have a look in here. V model value. There we go. All right. Simple typo. Hitting reload now. This should now work. Currently searching for potential objects. Perfect. Sweet. And what we've got to do is we've got to disable that. So when someone changes it, we want it disabled. The reason being is if we don't, someone could potentially change this over and over again very, very quickly and create a race condition. In which case, one bit of data doesn't get found, doesn't get returned quick enough compared to the other bits of data. In which case, then, you know, the latest bit of data overrides the latest returned data overrides the correct data. So what we need down here is we need vbind disabled equals when the search status equals what was the words? Currently searching. So yeah, it'll lock up. It'll lock up everything. That's what we want. So if someone goes add wizard, they're like, all right, cool, requirement item. Boom, locks that up so they can't change this and they'll get that information. All right, cool. And the placeholder should be please select an object. Don't know. All right, no problem. So what we want to do is, now they're searching for something, is we want to get this information. So let's open up our URLs from the NearBeach view URLs. We've got this other thing being like, we had that weird thing. Oh, sorry. This thing, the object data, destination, location, ID, object lookup, linked list. So, it'll be similar to this, but the destination will be set in stone because that will always be a sprint. So what we want to do is we want to search for object data sprint. Object data sprint. All right, so here we are. Let's create a new path. Let's go object data sprint. Int location ID. Now we had linked list up here. Let's go object list. Oh, and we need one bit more of information. So if we go up to the linked list again, we've got object lookup. So we need the object list. So sprint views dot, now this is oh, what are we going to name this? This is going to be hard. We're going to name it in a way that we can remember what it does. Because in 6 months, I don't want to come back here and be like, what is this particular function for? Why did I name it like this? Okay. Sprint object, no, sprint object list or object lookup list. I think object list. Name equals sprint object list. All right, so we need sprint views open again. So we're calling it object list. OP, chorus, element OP. So down here, object list. Don't like it. I don't think it's the best name at all. Potential object list. Request, we've got location ID and object lookup. All right, then we're just returning HTTP response and like that. All right, cool. So we're happy with that. Potential object list. And then potential object list. That kind of does state that, hey, this is a potential object for this particular thing. Let's actually add it in and everyone will be happy. So fingers crossed this works. Just spilling water everywhere, sorry. All right, so now we've got a name. Now we can hit it from the back end. So post, we won't actually, we'll have the root, this.root URL, object data. So it'll be object data sprint. Then we'll have the location ID. So this.location ID. Then we'll have the object that we're looking up itself. So the new value. And then we'll have potential object list. All right, so we're happy with that. And then we go then response, like so, add code, catch, error, and then we go this $store.dispatch. We're dispatching a new toast, and then we've got header being like error, getting potential object list. Message, sorry, we could not get a list of potential objects. Error. And then we just key in error. What we want is extra classes. We've got background danger. We will have a delay of 0, and we won't have any other sort of stuff in here. So that will be perfectly fine. Now with this, we don't need to tell the user that we've succeeded with this particular response. The code will just appear. This is a modal. We don't need toasts in this particular case. Yes, we use toasts in other modals like the document uploads and so forth like that. But that makes sense. And hey, Nocturnal, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. Have you hit daylight savings yet? Nah, end of this month. Alright, cool. Yeah, daylight savings ending Victoria. Yeah, and then we're ending our daylight savings a week after. You've had COVID. Oh no. How are you feeling now? Hopefully you're feeling better. I'm sorry to hear. Alright, if we go project, yeah, that failed. 404 not found. Object data sprint 3 project potential. Object list. Sorry, just scratching my eye. Response. I might need to actually restart this. Okay, I should not be playing with the chair with my legs. Alright, I'm gonna refresh this. I don't have a fever anymore, but still feeling tired very quickly. It kicked my ass last week. Oh, damn. Well, I'm hoping you get over it fully. That is not fun. Yeah. I'm assuming you had time off, at least. So, object data. So, object data. Sprint ID. Oh, we might need the destination in here. Damn it. Alright, put the destination in, we'll delete those 5, we'll go up here, where's this one? So this will be link lists, potential, so object data, destination, int location ID, object lookup. Now that is meant to be like that. Object lookup, potential object list. And that should be like that. So hopefully people can tell that this is for sprints. Yeah, I couldn't get out of bed. Not much chance of me getting anything done. How was? Oh, fair enough. So yeah. As for me, it is boiling hot here. It is 33.2 degrees Celsius in this room at the moment. That's all I have to complain about. So, on the grand scheme of things, that's nothing to complain about. But exciting news, I'm finally getting through June Messiah again. I've forgotten how many times I've read that one. And I got to see June last night at IMAX in the 1570 format. Allow me to bring up a white screen. White background. What? Just let me Open image in a new tab. Switch. All right, cool. So, because we went to see it in IMAX. Wait, stop that. We got some of the 1570 film, which is pretty cool. It's actually quite large, to the point that you can see like everything that's happening on the strip itself, which is really amazing considering I've got plenty of 35 film. Like, I used to shoot on 35 film and it's nowhere near this large. So yeah, pretty cool stuff. So we got to get this, so I'm happy. Because yeah, it was a pity that we didn't get any for Oppenheimer. So yeah, anyway, the film was really, really good. I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to spoil anything for anyone who wants to see it. I will say go see it in the cinema. And I really loved it. And I have been a fan of the books for 2 decades now. Over 2 decades now. I got it, the book, when I was 16. So I'm on my first run through the series of Sandworms of Dune. Ah, fair enough. I haven't read Sandworms of Dune, so I'm getting distracted now, but that's fine. I need a distraction. I've been going for 3.5 hours. So, Wiki Dune series of books. So, book-wise. Where's our original publication? It's the Frank Herbert. I read Dune, Dune Messiah, Children of Dune, God Emperor of Dune, which is my favorite book outside of Dune itself. Now, I didn't get to read Heretics or Chapter House of Dune. However, I do own them. They're actually over here. There's Heretics of Dune. I also read the Butlerian Jihad one, which I think I enjoyed the first book, and then I think I partially enjoyed the second book but hated the third. Then I've also read the House Atreides, House Harkonnen, and House Corino. So yeah, I read the Butlerian Jihad, the Machine Crusade, and the Battle of Corrin. But yeah, I haven't read the Hunters of Dune, Sandworms of Dune, or anything like that. So yeah. Yeah. So yes, I've been reading a lot of these since 2003. My partner, so we're in the car, and my partner goes, there's something about a human worm and stuff like that. I was like, oh, you're getting into me just going to have to lore dump on you. It got to the point where I was lore dumping. He's like, I got to read the books. And I was like, yeah, you've got to read the books. They're really deep. The lore is really deep. So let's just say, yeah. So I'm hoping to... Oh, I've got Children of Dune up here too. It's right here. This one, I wasn't a fan of when I first read it. Specific reasons why, and I won't mention them on stream because it's a very icky topic. However, once I finish Dune Messiah, I'm going to give this one another shot as an adult brain now. Because yeah, when I was younger, I just had a young brain back then. So yeah. Alright, so this isn't searching for what we need it to, so we've just moved that over there. We're going to stop and refresh. So this should be object data. We know we've got destination there. It's going to be sprint, location ID, object lookup, and so forth like that. We're going to cut out the destination on the other side, so we need to go over here. We need to go request, destination, location ID, and object lookup. And what we'll do here is we'll make sure that the destination is the correct thing. It is sprint. So we'll have in here if destination, not destination equals sprint. And we're returning a bad request. Can't use object has to be a sprint. Cool. At the moment, we're returning nothing, but that's perfectly fine. So I'm going to refresh this one page. I'm going to hit this. I'm going to change this. We're still getting this. So we should have object data, sprint, the number, and then project, and then potential object list. Let's go to our URLs. I'm gonna copy this. I am going to comment line that, and I'm going to paste it in. So we've got object data. The destination will be sprint. Location ID will be the location ID. Is that something I'm not passing through? No, I'm passing through 3. Object lookup will be the new value, which will be project. And then the potential object list, which I am going to do the good old cut and paste over. Just in case there was a spelling mistake. Most likely there is a spelling mistake. So let's hit refresh. Let's hit refresh again. Let's go to this, let's click on this, and we're still getting it. Sorry, we could not get a list of potential objects. Request failed with status code 404. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy the URL. We don't actually have any decorators on this at the moment. That's going to be the very last thing we're actually adding in. So we can actually just paste this in and be like, all right, what's going wrong? So we've got object data, then we've got destination, we've got location ID, and then we've got another bit of information. So object lookup. All right. And then we've got this potential object list. But it does match something up there. Hang on a minute. Finishing. Yeah, spotted it. I forgot the final /. All right, if we refresh, yeah, there we go, perfect. So if we refresh and we go project, currently searching, it comes back with something, and we're cooking with inductions. So when the code comes back, what we want to do, ad break. All right, cool. Give me about a minute. I'm just going off to the bathroom. I'll be right back. So yeah. sorry about that. Okay. Alright, we're back. So, what we need to do is we need to update local response, which it will be essentially this dot search results equals response dot data. Right. Update status. This dot search status equals search completed. I mean, we can, yeah, that's just to help us. All right, so that's all we need it to do. So if we hit reload, we open up Object Wizard, we go project, boom. All right, cool. For us, that happens really, really quickly. Whoops, sorry about that. Oh, one thing I do want to check, because I think it's starting to cool down. Now, that's saying it's still 33, but my laundry and bathroom felt colder than the rest of the house. And I've just opened up the door. So I think everything's starting to cool down, which is good. Yeah, all right. What's tomorrow going to be like? Okay, not a problem. This is nice days. And then, oh, a nice weekend again. All right, so now we need the data to render here. So what do we need to do? We need it in a particular format that will render every single time. So we won't worry about that just yet. What we'll need to do is think how we can do this in a particular way so it works perfectly fine. And I'm trying to think. So let's go into our sprint views. So we're here, we're happy, we're like, all right, cool. If it isn't a sprint, we're just going to tell them PO. If not destination equals sprint. Yep. Okay, cool. Yep. Sweet. So what we want to do is we've got the destination, we've got location ID, so the sprint ID, and the object lookup. All right, this is where I need to map things out. Okay, I've just done something I didn't want to do. Let's go with that. All right, so going over here, let's do this. Let's cut everything off at the moment. So what the goal is to get any let's think about this. The original idea was getting anything that the user had access to. But also to make sure that we had proper links and stuff like that. But you can add stuff into sprints without them being directly linked to each other. So it's one of those things where we want to encourage the linking. But it's something we can do later on. Yeah. So I'm just having a think. We might reuse something here. I don't think we can reuse that other functionality, sorry, because this is dedicated towards sprints. And we only want things that are currently opened. Okay. I don't know why I deleted that. So originally, we were only going to include things that are linked. However, that being said, I had a bit of a thought and I was like, that's a bit too restrictive. What we could potentially do, get rid of that idea and go all opened items that user has permission to. Permission. All right. We could potentially reuse some code to do this. So the idea is if the user's like, all right, cool, I want to add stuff to this sprint, they can go to the objects themselves and add them. It might be an idea later on to also, if that object hasn't been created, if that object hasn't been linked, to actually create that link. So that might be one of those things that I think about. It's not guaranteed that I will implement it, just because it might, people might be like, why has this been added and stuff like that. So at the moment, we're going to see if we could, let's see, let's go to the URLs. We have this get link list. I'm going to check out this link list. I'm going to have a read of it. So we've got destination. So we've got lookup functions for this. All right, cool. So we've got user group results. So we get the user groups, what they're actually assigned to, object lookup functionality, lookups, object lookup. All right, and then user group results, destination and location ID. So, and then we just get the data and send it back. This might, we could reuse this. It will certainly save us more code. So for example, we've got project lookup. So if we actually go to that implementation, so this is a lookup function. So project lookup, it's complaining because we need an extra space there. That's perfectly fine. So we've got the user group results. We've got the destinations, which I don't think we use. We do use the destination in here. To exclude it. Yeah. Now that's not going to be a problem for us because with the sprints, that's a bit different. Yeah. And oh, this will be a bit different. So, oh wait, we've got annotating everything into ID description and status. This could potentially work. But we need to do it at the sprint level. So what's happening here, we've got the user group results, return the project objects that we're connected to. With the object filter, with the group ID in that. All right, cool. Yeah, that's fine, that's perfect. That is gonna work for that. We exclude everything that is already assigned in there. So project ID, object assignment. So we've got the sprint and then the location ID, which that won't work. Yeah, because if the destination is sprint, there is no sprint on object assignment because sprint is considered completely separate from object assignments. And it's one of those cases where no, this actually happens within its own table. But that being said, that's fine. We're yeah, all right, so we've got to do something different because sprint won't work here. And I don't think I can pass through a null value into that. I don't think I can. One way to test though. Let's open up this. Let's just bring us on to here. Let's click on this. Let's go into CD, into our sites, NearBeach. Oops, CD, sites, and NearBeach. Let's go source, venv, in activate. Then Python 3, manage shell. And then from NearBeach.models, import everything. And then what we want to do is, let's say destination equals nothing, location ID equals 1, and let's go project.objects.filter, and let's go bang bang. We've got essentially the destination and location ID in here like this, and it's gonna throw up a cannot pass query. Alright, even if I've got destination equals null, null is not defined, null. Alright, I don't know if there's a null. None. Yeah, all right. It's not gonna work. And we've separated this out of the object assignment table because that table was getting huge. It's getting to the point where, did we want to key that in? All right. So that being said, so I'm just having a little think how I want to actually attack this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to have my own views and all that kind of stuff. We're only going to do 3 areas where we're gonna keep it simple. Very, very simple. And this is where my field names don't follow a particular pattern, and that's kicking me at the moment. All right, so we've got the sprint views, we've got the potential list objects here. Can't use lookup functions. God, that would have been so perfect if if I included the sprints into the object assignment. That would have been perfect, but no, sprints, they're not part of the assignments at all. We won't need to include any of that information. It's essentially, for the start, we just need this information up here, followed by the annotate stuff. I just can't have none. I mean, I could do something really cheeky. I can actually still use this, but have the destination be something stupid, like a creation date field. So where's my terminal? So in here. So this won't work because keywords must be string. If I go destination equals, and then creation date, location ID equals 0, and then key in that one little bit of code. Is it creation date or create date? Hell, I could just do destination equals project ID. That will work. But yeah, if I got destination equals sprint and then do it like that, it worked. Maybe I do have sprint in there and I just didn't know. No, do I have sprint in that table? No, I don't. I don't have sprint in that table. Yeah, that works. Alright, give me a couple of seconds. Let me figure this out. So project.objects.filter. Let's say that and then exclude. And let's go bang bang. Destination, location ID. That's probably going to work. Only one way to find out. And what we do is instead of using this, we just use the link list. So in here, we're going to yank this line, paste it there, copy, do something like that. And we're just going to go link list. Like so. Because that's all the information we need to send back. We wait a couple of seconds. We're going to hit reload. We're going to go add object Sorry, could not get a list of potential objects. Axios failed request with status code 403. All right, so we got a 403, which is forbidden. And that is because if we go into our URLs, we go into our linked list. Let's go to the implementation of it. Yeah, we're gonna have problems here. All right. Yeah, so the method, check destinations. Sprints aren't in the destinations yet, which they should be. So let's piss off. Let's go to that implementation. Let's go into object array. Object array should have sprint in it now. So let's wait a few seconds as everything reloads. I'm just going to reload to make sure. Yep. All right, cool. And then we right click project. Then we get a 500 error because cannot resolve keywords sprint into field. Yep. All right. Yeah, that's not going to work for us. Damn, that would have been great if that worked. Don't know why project. Yeah, that's weird how project object assignment dot objects dot filter dot exclude yeah, cannot sprint into that field. That's fine. This just means we've got a little bit more work to do. Just means, yeah, it just means that, yeah, it's just a bit more work, and I can't reuse sections of my code, which is a bit of a pity. I mean, I could put the field in and just not use it, or potentially, what I could potentially do is I just have destination equals object assignment ID. All right, and location ID will be 0. We know this. That will work. So I just need another node that will reuse the lookup stuff. And then all I need to do is just have that. All right, so I've got a plan of attack. So we are going to use the this lookup functionality. So what we need to do is we need to port that across, but we're going to make a couple of changes. So in here, we've added that to check destination. We're fine with that. So with the code itself, we're removing that. We're putting that back in. So the potential object list is what we're using. What we want is the sprint views over here. I'm going to put that over there. I'm going to move that like that. So what we want is URLs. I want to, once again, go to this implementation over here. And we're implementing some of that into here. So if destination does not equal sprint object, all right, cool. So we make that check. We're also going to write in used to get a list of potential objects that can be assigned to a sprint. All right, cool. Check the destination. All right, so we're happy with that. Then what we want is get user groups. So this will be user group results equals user group .objects.filter. All right, cool. Is deleted equals false. The usual sort of thing. Username equals request.user. All right, we're happy with that. Yep. And then group ID under is null equals false. So it grabs all your group's ID. So group ID. All right. That is what we want. Now we will have our own lookup functions in here. But we'll copy this code like so, and we'll have our own lookup functions. So I'm going to scroll all the way up to the top. And we're going to have a look at this. So from nearbeach.views.tools.lookup functions import lookup project, lookup requirement, and lookup task. All we need. And then from here, lookup funcs equals, and then tell you what, I'm just going to grab this. We won't need requirement, we just need requirement item. And we'll key it on here. Whoop. Like so. And we key that in there. So that's our lookup function. And then I'll just go lookup like here. All right, cool. So down here, it's exactly the same. So we are going to copy these. All right. So the one thing that is different is this destination. That actually gets changed to and the location ID. Now I'm having a little bit of a moment. I don't know. All right. Location ID. So yeah, that's excluding it. Excluding itself. Alright, that's perfectly fine. So destination and location ID, that's just excluding itself. So those can actually be zeroed out. So if we go back to the sprint view and we go here, we actually put in 0. Because we want everything. And we hit the ad break. Alright, cool. Ad time again. Get to see my face. I need a haircut. That photo right there. It's what I should look like. So if I look like this. Oh, this beard. This beard's getting bigger. My hair. Messier. And balder, sadly. Alright. Let's do some more of these. I should separate my legs a little bit more. My arms are getting tired. I should also do planks and stuff, but you know, they're very boring on stream. Alright. Alright. Getting very tired now. I lost count. Alright. Slowing this down. Alright. I think I'm done there. I should count how many I'm doing. See if I can beat myself. Can't quite get that minute at the moment. But that's because I've been doing it quite often. Alright. And everyone should be back. Alright, let's jump back into it. Yeah, cheers. Thank you. So yeah, just trying something different. So I don't want to run pre-rolls anymore. So the one problem is I've got to run more ads, and a minute 30 is quite a lot on a discussion. So I am doing what Thor does, essentially have the ad screen so that when people come back from the ads, they can see that, hey, I've done nothing. I've paused essentially the stream itself, and I'm only doing silly things in that stream. So in that section of that, the ads and so forth like that. So yeah. So I'm trying it out, see how it goes. How are you, Pitfin? Did you also get COVID, or were you lucky and survived? All right, let's refresh this. Add object wizard. So we've got now 4 different objects. And if we do the requirements, we'll have 3 other objects and tasks. We'll also have 2 other objects, which is great. So doing it twice an hour, yeah. I got it, but nowhere near as close as not got it. I have a cold. Oh, fair. Oh, well, that's good. That's good that you were able to survive. Yeah. I lost so much weight with COVID. Oh, the one problem was, this is after I think I picked it up in the airplane coming back from Thailand, and I also got Shigella at the same time too. So I lost a lot of weight. So yeah. I run mine twice an hour. It seems better, less long that way. Yeah. Yeah, it's not the combo you want, because you lose a lot of water. Yeah, I lost a lot of weight. It was, I forgot how much. It's something ridiculous how much weight I lost. So, yeah. Alright, getting back to this. This is working perfectly fine. So we're reusing code that we can use. We're just editing it so it excludes nothing, which is fine. That's perfectly fine. It's it doesn't need to exclude itself because it's, you know, itself. So lookup functions. So that's never going to be hit because that's excluding itself. That's going to be hit, which is great. So because we don't want anything closed. We don't need to rewrite a lot of code, which is even better. So I like this, and it's very similar to how we've got it elsewhere. And hello, Tired Kebab. Welcome, welcome. I am making an open source project management system called NearBeach. So the idea of NearBeach is you can collect custom data. You've got yourself your Kanban boards. You've got yourself your projects and tasks. You can also gather user requirements. And when you're done, you can do what's called requests for changes. So yes, and thank you very much for the follow. I do hope you are enjoying my content. Tonight we are implementing sprint functionality. So please ignore this screen. This is what's called a proof of concept. This particular screen will actually change into either a Kanban board or a Gantt chart. I will have to design it around how I want it and so forth like that, but to get things working, to test the underlying sort of functionality and code, I need to have a proof of concept here to be like, hey, these are the objects connected to it and so forth like that. You need to keep track of your tasks and jobs. Yeah. So a functionality I've got in here is a simple Kanban board to the one reason why that popped up is because I shoved it into blocked, and this pops up and it goes, why is this blocked? And you're like, well, I blocked it. And then that actually comes up in your notes, which is under here. So, yeah. Alright, so we've got the sprint name, all of that is, so add object wizard. So now we're getting data, Now we've got to print out that data so it looks nice. So we're just going to go to the network tab. Let's just change it to requirement item. Response. So we've got ID, description, and status. So what we want is something similar to this task information. How long have I been on it? So that's a good question. I have a really weird sort of background. I actually got a Bachelor of Mathematics. But I knew how to program because they taught it to you in mathematics because they taught you C because you needed it to kind of do massive amounts of calculations very, very quickly. And the reason why I C over something like Java and so forth like that was speed. Anyway, back in 2016, I essentially wanted to get into web development and stuff like that. I wanted to do a, a migration type of thing. So I started learning. So NearBeach became a sort of, essentially a teaching sort of thing, which I started a learning project type of thing. So I started to learn stuff with it. However, back in August 2020, I decided to delete 95% of the code. I should have deleted 100% of the code. That was my bad. And I decided to rebuild it using VueJS and keep using Django as the backend. So by all technicality, I would say August 2020 is how long I've been working on this iteration. I wouldn't count the prior iteration. Just because the prior iteration kind of went somewhere random. It wasn't really a project management system. It wasn't focused or anything like that. It was trying to be a bit of a CRM, trying to log your quotes and so forth like that. Do a couple of tasks, management sort of stuff. But it wasn't, because it wasn't focused, it just didn't work at all. So yeah, August 2020. Alright, so we kind of want something like this. Once again, this is tables, they're temporary type of stuff. But we could potentially just copy this and get away with that code right away. It'll be a lot quicker. So if we do add object wizard. Oh wait, that's us. This is new link wizard. We've got this table which we can totally yank out and just use that. The reason why I'm being so quick about it is one of those things that I will be redesigning this. And having it in table format kind of presses that matter, being like, hey, this needs to be redesigned, you know. Alright, cool. Cheers, thank you very much, Tide Kebab. So, yeah, it's just one of those things that, yeah, I've had my, well, just trying to put in some words. I've learned a lot with this project and so forth like that. There's many mistakes I've made and always had to fix those mistakes and so forth like that. So yeah, I think NearBeach started really taking shape. This is when I start giving you a little bit of history. Around the 0.30 branch. So last year, so back in 2023, Jan, I was like, I want to achieve this. All right, I want 0.30 branch to be as stable as possible. So I spent 7 months of that year, so 7 months, actually literally not doing a release whatsoever. I was literally focused on getting the 0.30 out. There was other things I was doing at the same time, so Docker and all that kind of stuff. And then I got it out after that 7 months, and then pretty much towards at the start of 2024 in Jan, I was like, I think I'm at that point where I'm ready to actually implement some massive functionality into NearBeach, and that's what the 0.31 branch is about. So yeah, hopefully with sprints, Gantt charts, and potential dashboard widgets. We're hoping to get 0.31 looking even nicer. So yeah, oh well, with features being more useful to people. So yeah, it's baby steps. So yeah, hence this is looking like a POC. Proof of concept, because it is. This one particular page is literally going to be a proof of concept. What I'm going to do is get it to this stage, test out everything underlying and so forth like that. Then implement something else, test that out thoroughly, then implement the Gantt charts and so forth. So baby steps type of thing. So yeah, as you can tell, I've been at this 4 hours and 20 minutes today. I am still adding stuff to sprints. So yes, we're getting close. So what we need to do is, we won't need this anymore. All right, so I'm going to get rid of that div. I am going to select all of these, minimize these. I'm going to class table if is searching. All right, so that will actually be what is it? Search results. Length is greater than 0 and object model is not null. All right, that should cover that. We should also do. I hate when that happens. All right, cool. That's fine in one line. We don't need it in 2 lines. So what we want is object model. Object model description status. All right, cool. And then that's fine. Render results in. Now this is search results. So slightly different. This will be all the fine. We won't have result ID, link model. We don't have link model. So what I'm going to do, we need, yes, we need that in the data. So down here, we need link model. That's going to be an empty array. Moment. So the idea is people will tick multiple things and then we'll add them in. And then everything else should fall into place. Now, if we have a look at this task information, we've got the save changes. We don't have that. Sorry, we do have add objects. But we don't have that connected up to anything yet. But first, once again, baby steps, we're going to refresh this. We're going to click on that. We're going to go projects, boom. All right, we see all the projects added in there. I am happy. Okay, cool. And what I want to do is I want to, actually leave it at that for the moment. because now I want to implement this add objects. And we gotta think how we can do this. Okay. All right. So add objects. What we want is v on and then click. That's going to be called add objects. It's going to be like that. All right, cool. So if we go down here, we've got add objects like so. And then what we want to do is we want to sort of notify the user we're adding these objects. Yeah, we want to do that. So this $store.dispatch, we want a new toast. We want the toast header to be like adding objects to sprints. Message currently adding object to sprint. Please wait. Extra classes is going to be background warning. Delay going to be 0. Unique type is going to be called add objects to sprint. And we're going to leave it at that. And then set up data to send. So const data to send equals new form data. And then what we need is we need to actually look at what we're doing with the this other one, because that has pretty much this almost similar code. So what we want to do, click on this, go down. We want to check out our modules. We want to check out our wizards, and this is add link wizard, isn't it? Pretty sure it is. Actually, no, it won't be. Because this is add objects to sprint wizard. This is new task link wizard. Select links. Ah, yeah, we've got to select new change task wizard, new link wizard. Yep, and this is the one with the table in it. So, yep. And then what we want is save links. So go into implementation. All right. So const data, and then this dot link for link. And then okay, cool. We append it. Then we have object relation, which is true, and then we send that off to add link. All right. And then when the data comes back, we do stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to nick this, and we're going to change it thoroughly. So we want to go into here. We want to bang this over like this. We have paste. So we have data to send. We have the link model for each. That will add this object model to lowercase. Yep. All right, cool. And then the link. That is working perfectly fine. The data sent object relation, and then now this object relation model. We don't need that because we're not dealing with the relationship. It's going to be a different URL. We're definitely going to send the data. So, and then when we get this data back, we're going to update the link results, aren't we? All right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this. I'm going to put in add code, and then I'm going to be update user of status. And then I am going to grab this, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I'm going to paste it in twice. So once here. And then we're going to have a catch with an error. And we're going to paste it in there too. All right. So let's fix this up very quickly. New toast. Added objects to sprint. Objects successfully added to sprint. And that will be success. We want to remove that. We want to keep that unique type. All right. Error, adding objects to sprint. Sorry, we came across an issue adding objects to the sprint. Error. So forth like that. Now that's going to be danger. And that's going to be fun. All right, cool. Sweet. So what we need to do is we need to still add code in. We need to find out how we're sending that information into this. So the idea being is, if we click on this and click on this, this information here will update. So that's what we want. So when we send the data back, we want data to come back from there and populate this. Now, it might be a case of us only getting back some data to append to this data here, which will be perfectly fine. Or we might clear this all out. Don't know yet. We'll figure this out. And then once we've done this, if this works, we've done the ability to user add object to sprint. We just need to now delete from the sprints, which requires us to also do it in 2 places. And then I think the start and finish of the sprint is going to be easy. It's going to be really easy to do. And then the permissions on top of that is, yeah, that's going to be easy also. So, yeah, well, when I say easy, it's relative. I don't foresee us using really weird permissions. I foresee us actually having a middleman being like, all right, cool. Are you a project? Is your parent a project or a requirement? And then being like, all right, I am going to use the permissions assigned to that particular object. All right, thank you very much, Tide Kebab. Web devs are hard to come by on Twitch. Oh, fair enough. I think there's a couple of us, so yeah. Anyway, I hope to see you around. So, yeah. So what we need to do, add object wizards. We've got all this. Let's tick all this. We don't have a URL to send this to yet, so let's do that. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just thinking what the URL will be. So we'll have object data. There's technically no more object data. Oh, sorry. I'm just doing the yawn. Let's have a look at what other URL we use tonight. So we got sprint information delete. We got sprint information, sprint ID. Yep. All right. Cool. How are we adding an existing item to a sprint? So if we go into our network tab, let's delete all of this. Let's go into our sprints. Let's add object to sprint. Let's go. Yeah, we wanted to add it to that sprint. It's going object data. And then add sprint. Okay. I think we need, yeah, that's got the sprint ID. I think what we need is, we need an add objects to sprint. I think that's the wording we want. So what we want, we want this element OP. Yeah, all right, cool. So path, let's get this all sorted. Whoops. So object data, destination, location ID, add object to sprint. Then what we need is sprint views dot add object to sprint. Name equals add object to sprint. So yeah, this is the other way around it. So we need to add that in. So if we go to sprint views, scroll all the way up to the top, we've got add sprint element OPQRS. So def add object to sprint, request destination, location ID. And at the moment, we're just going to return HTTP response and nothing. And that's it. All right, sweet. So when we click on those add objects, what we want is dollars this dot root URL object data, and in this sort of case, let's have a look at the URLs. We've got destination. Ooh, this might not be. Destination, location ID. Destination will be sprint no matter what. Location ID will be the sprint's location. That makes sense. So what we want is we need to sprint this dot location ID, and then it'll be add object. Now in this sort of case, we are doing singular. So add object to sprint. Data to send, and then we got echoed and all that kind of stuff. So that should be done. All right, we've now entered an ad break. I am going to quickly just learn some characters.
Yomu.
All right, that's Yomu. It's pretty easy. Meshi. So meh would be that one.
Meshi.
And this will be, I don't think Ero. Oh, it was Ero.
Toki.
Okay. Yep, Toki. The one for that's oh. All right, that is Yomu. Yomu, not ya. Yo.
Roku. Roku.
Ro. Now that's the thing. Is it this or this?
Ru.
That's Ru. So Ro. Ku. Okay. Toki. So that's Toki.
Toki.
Go. That would be Roku.
Roku.
That would be Yomu.
Yomu.
That would be me, she,
Meshi.
or Meshi, and that will be Toshi.
Toshi. Oh.
That's all. Yeah, back from ads. Yep. I was just doing a Duolingo thing. Shimmy. So, shimi.
しめ
Oh, shime. And that will be Toki.
嫁
That's, oh yeah, that's just, don't. The correct characters for Yome. So,
読
Yome.
む
That's Yomu, sorry. Yome.
嫁
That's O.
はと
Ha.
は
And then To.
と
Toshi.
と
Toshi.
し
That will be Iro.
色
And that will be Kiyu.
きよ
Kiyo. Thank you very much, Angle Dig. I'm trying to learn something completely and utterly different whilst the ads are on. I thought this was going to take a minute, taking a little bit longer, but oh well. That will be Roku.
6
Oh, Roku. Sorry. That will be
Yome.
Yome. Angel. Well, welcome, Angel.
お
Oh. That. Alright. Iro.
夜
Ro. And then
夜夜
oh, yo. There we go. A bit confused there. So that will be yo mu. That'll be yo ko. That'll be iro. That'll be kiyo. There'll be meshi. Alright, cool. That will be iro. There'll be yo. Nope, there we go. Alright, sweet. Sorry about that. I thought that would only take a minute. So alright. No thanks. Cool. So here, add object to sprint and all that kind of stuff. So that's what we're going to test. We're just going to refresh here. We're going to add object to wizard. We're just going to go project. We're going to tick one of these. We're just going to go add object. It's come back with a 500. Japanese pronunciation is similar to Spanish. Who would have thought? Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I need to practice a lot. Let's just say that. I'm really slow at learning other languages, mainly because my memory is quite shy. So yeah, repetition. That's how I'm going to do it. Repetition. Going to beat the system. If I repeat stuff long enough, it ends in my long-term memory. So yeah. Alright, so we've hit stuff that goes into the back end where the sprint views, add object to sprint. This is perfectly fine. So what we have is destination is sprint. So we need to double check that. So if not destination equals sprint, then return HTTP, bad request. Sorry, object not allowed. Alright, cool. So the location ID itself is the sprint in itself. So what we want is sprint results. Actually, no, we don't need that. So what we need is we need to loop through stuff. So I'm going to open up the URLs. I'm going to actually have a look at add tags, add users. Oh, what was the other one? It's add object to add sprint. You have any experience with DAbs or Web3 protocols? No, sorry. I don't know what DAbs are. Web3, I never got into it when it was a big thing, mainly because I was mostly focusing on NearBeach and stuff like that. So yeah, decentralized apps. No. Sadly not. I sadly don't have any information about them either to point you at. So yeah. Sorry, I can't help you there. Which is a pity. Alright. Cheers, thank you. Alright, in here, what we wanted, add not add sprint. We've got linked objects. We're just double checking this type of thing again. We're going to tick this. We're going to save object. So add link. Add link. So I am going to double check this link and see what we're doing here. So we've got add link. We've got the form. I'm wondering if we could potentially reuse that form. I think we can. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this on this side. I am going to open up the sprint views and I am going to go like that. And I'm going to paste those in. We now need this form in here. And then what we need, we don't need object relation. Declaring the dictionary used for the loop below. Ooh. Okay. So, for object in each of these. So this is, we've had to do this in a loop sort of fashion. Okay. Object title, object status, and all that kind of stuff. And then that's if they've picked on multiple different objects. Because that could be plausible. No. Because one thing they should be doing is when this object changes, blank out the previous link model. Get new list of objects. All right, cool. All right. And hello, Rose. How are you tonight? Hopefully you're going well. Welcome, welcome. I am just having a quick think about stuff. So we got data coming through, the add object link form. Let's actually go to that implementation, see what it is. So we got change task requirement project. Oh, we got all of those, but we don't need to deal with all of those. We only need to deal with a couple of those. And then with this is going through the form, object relation, all that kind of stuff. So we've got the different, so relation dictionary, we won't need that. Object dictionary, we'll probably need an object dictionary. Object title, we'll probably need, you're good. I'm wondering if you know Pygame. Sadly, I don't, but I do know of Pygame. That's the one where you can actually do fun stuff with it and create your own game and stuff. But I haven't actually played around with it, sadly. I don't think that's the one. Yeah, I just haven't played around with it yet. So, yeah. But it does look fun. Oh, good. Alright, so object type in those, we loop through, and then we submit stuff depending on stuff and all that kind of stuff, and we go back. Ours won't be as complicated as that. We do need to get a list. We do need an object type. So if we go back to this, what are we sending again with the Axios? So we're sending the sprint location, add object to sprint. All right. We're not sending what object we are connecting to. That's the one problem we are doing. So we need to actually have what object we're sending. So that's as simple as data to send.set. What we're setting is the object destination or object or destination. Yeah, all right. So object model. Okay. Then we send all the items through. If we have a look at the forms itself, we've got all of these. Change status, project, requirement, tasks, object relation. So I'm just trying to think how I'm going to send information to the back end, being like, hey, this is the object we're looking at. Yeah. And then going through and being like, all right, this is the object you want to actually add stuff to. So we've got the object link. Oh wait, we're doing it here. All right, no, I don't need that. Sweet, so we've got the object model. We're sending it into the backend. We're going to be using this particular form because all it's going to hit is project, requirement, item, and task, and that's perfectly fine. This form can be reused for that particular, for this particular thing. And then all I need to do now is essentially do something similar to this, where we've got object dictionary. So object dict, but we don't need to. No, because we're doing this all in foreign keys. We're adding to something. So what I need to do is for object type in, not even that, for row in request.post.getList, and then, oh, we got object type. Actually, yeah, we do need that. So for object type in, what we're going to do is we're going to have requirement item, project, and task. That's all we need. And then for row in request.post.getList, and then we've got object type in here. All right. So for those who are really confused, we're essentially only using 3 fields of those particular form. We're using the requirement item, the project, and the task. And we need to loop through them to see if there's data assigned against that form. So yeah, once we've done that, that's what we're doing here, these 2 lines. So loop through the above form, only looking at the fields in the object type. And then once done, we've got this for row and so forth like that. Now we won't need to worry about any of this information. So what we've got now is we've got a sprint object assignment. So I need to open up the models. And I am going to go to sprint object assignment. All right. So in here, we'll have either a requirement item, a project, or a task. And we're just assigning that to that. And this is going to be really easy. We'll still need to put in the create user, or change user. And we need to put in the sprint ID, which is going to be really simple to do. I'm just going to put this over here just for references. All right, so down here we'll have submit object. I'm just going to call it, object assignment equals this, and then we open up this. Now on here, we then want to state and this is where I go $, object type, and this is where I want to get that information out of there, out of the form itself, row. And I think that will just be a row, won't it? Yeah. But I don't know if that works. So change user equals request.user. And the sprint ID will equal the location ID. And that should be it. Pretty sure that should be it. One way to find out, let's create a new sprint. So we're going to go new object, new project, new sprint, new sprint. Yep. Cool, go through this. Create a new sprint. We're going to call it that. We're going to go cool. Nothing's been added here. Then we want to add in a task. We want to add in these two tasks. 400. Object relation. All right, cool. So we're going to have to create a new form. Not a problem. That won't take too long. What we can do is we can clone this. So add object to sprint form. So we're going to copy this. We're going to paste it directly underneath. Make sure it's got, so we're going to get rid of this. Add object to sprint form. That's a form. We don't have change tasks. We have projects. We won't have requirements. We have requirement items and tasks, and that's all we got. Easy. So in here, what we got is add object to sprint. This will now be add object to sprint form. We hover over that. We add it in. We go up here and we actually remove this particular one. We wait a few seconds, we hit reload. And we're going to do that again. So we're 500. Cannot assign 7 spring object assignment dot sprint ID must be a sprint instance. All right, that's not a problem. So what we need to go in here is we can just do this and go underscore ID. Done. So we need to, let's just refresh. Add object. All right, we've got another problem. Cannot assign 1. Task ID must be of task instance. All right, so in here, what we've got to do is create an F string where we've got the object type underscore ID equals the row. So that's how we get around that. And we're going to hit refresh, add object wizard, task. We'll go 200. So we should have one task in there now. No, we don't. Ooh. Yeah, that's a bit annoying. Sprint object assignments. So, I don't know if that's the one we've just added, but what I'm going to do is delete them all. I am going to close that tab. I'm going to reload. I'm going to go task, and I'm going to add both of these in. You know why? Yep. Submit.save. That's it. Gonna reload. Add object wizard. We're gonna go to task. We're gonna tick that. We're gonna tick that. We're gonna add objects. Done. Successful. We're gonna reload. Bang. Presto. Perfect. All right. So all I now need to do is I need to get it so that way we don't need to refresh. The one problem is, yes, I'm still here. The one problem is that information there, that actually comes from a prop, which is read-only. So you can't mutate props, which makes sense. They come from higher up. The usual way around this is you store that prop into a data variable, and then you manipulate that data variable. However, at the moment, it is 9:10. I have been streaming 5 hours. I think I'm going to probably call it there. I'm probably at the end of what I can do tonight. I have to wake up early tomorrow and go into work, so let's find someone to raid. Ooh, we got Togglebit, we got the Cherno, the Dev Dad. Let's do Togglebit tonight.
Want to get job ready? When you study a free take.
Let's just mute that. Let's go raid, and let's raid Togglebit. Make sure I do it in the correct chat. All right, cool. This has been very productive tonight. Yeah, so I'm actually quite happy. I'll put this on there. There we go. So yeah, I've been quite happy with what we're getting done. Essentially, all I need to do is that little tiny refresh. It's not too hard. I just create a variable. It gets filled out when on mount, and then it just changes and so forth like that. That's not hard to do. However, I need to then get the original sort of sprint information, little section of code being like where I get those linked sprints and all that kind of fun stuff. And yeah, it's once again won't take me too long to do. I'm at the end tonight. I thought I could get to 6 hours, but not really. I don't know how people do 7-8 hours sort of streams, but you know, they've got more concentration than I have. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone, and I do hope you enjoyed Togglebits.
Missing a detail. I was like, how does this work? But